Mr. Bongani Sbiya, the principal of Isonduza Secondary School in Pietermaritzburg. Mr. Rejingema Umlalazi, Communication Manager, Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom and other realms of Commonwealth, the longer-serving British monarch who reigned for more than 7 decades. Mr. Clive Lindangobo, brother to Mrs. Noktula Mshengu, Cluster Manager in the Committee's Directorate. Councillor Siyanda Magubane, Mayor of Msinga Municipality. Councillor Mnobi Victor Mulefe, Ward 99 Councillor in the eThekwini region. All the victims of gender-based violence and hate crimes, all public servants of this province and the country at large, and all the victims of road fatalities in our province during the recent past month. Let us now observe a moment of silence in honor of these departed souls. Yebo. Newton, bangamyethile. Let's go to item 3 on the order paper, which is an announcement of a new member. Honorable members, I have a pleasure in introducing a new member who was sworn in on the 30th of August in 2022 in the Speaker's office. The new member is Honorable Mr. Edwin Victor Bapti, who replaces Dr. R. Virana. Maybe if you can show a hand if it's okay. Okay. Appointment of the leader of government business. Honourable members, as we are aware, a vacancy arose for the position of the leader of the government business in the KwaZulu-Natal Executive Council due to the previous leader of government business, Ms. Ndube Ncube, being elected Premier of the province on the 17th of August 2022. The office of the Speaker received a letter from the office of the Premier that in terms of Rule 23 of the Standing Rules of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, the Executive Council have resolved to appoint Mr. S.A. Duma, member of the Executive Council for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, as the leader of government business. Allocation on MPLs to committees. Members are advised that the ANC have appointed members to the committees as per the attached list. This is in compliance with the standing rules of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, that the allocation be published in the APC. Apologies. Honorable S. Hussein is out of the country, and Honorable S. A. Shimtet and Honorable Seja have organizational matters to attend. Moving to birthday, I want to take this opportunity to wish a belated happy birthday to Honorable N.M. Khoza, the 21st of August, Honorable N. Simelan on the 22nd of August, Honorable S.A. Shimtat on the 23rd of August, Honorable A.V. Khoza on the 25th of August, Honorable N.P. Nkonyeni on the 8th of September, Honorable Rogers, F.A. on the 10th of September, Honorable V.P. Kaluz on the 13th of September. I hope all of you had a pleasant day. May your wishes be fulfilled now and in the future. I also wish to take this opportunity to send our best wishes in advance to the following members who will be celebrating birthday in the coming days and weeks of September. Honorable M. Governor on the 19th of September, Honorable N. Dombel on the 25th September, Honorable N. Dlamini on the 28th of September. May I take this opportunity to wish you all the happiness and blessings this life can offer. Moving to the next item, which is the rate density enyokeni. His Majesty King Misuzulu KwaZulu-Natal and royalty cordially invite all members of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature to attend the 2022 Reed Dance, which will take place on the 17th of September 2022, starting at 11 at Inyokeni Palace, Panongoma. Okay, then moving to item 3.7, which would be the announcements regarding motions and reading out of other members' speech. Honorable members, when it comes to motions, the standing rules of KZN legislator are crystal clear. If a member does not submit a copy of his or her motion to the table, the motion falls away and in effect ceases to exist. Such a motion may also not be debated in the House at a future occasion. Members who connect to a visual sitting from a remote location must ensure that copies of their motions are emailed to staff member, Ms. Nomkhosi Ndaba, at a written email, or Mr. Mabandla Mbuli at a given email. The next announcement is directed at members who read out other members' speeches when those members are unable to deliver their speeches themselves. The rule allows one member to read out another member's speech has caused unforeseen challenges for Hansard because it was discovered that some members who read other members' speeches also insert their own words into the original speeches. This practice should be disallowed, as a speech that has been added to by another member can no longer be regarded as the speech of the original member. A member who reads out another member's speech is not allowed to insert his or her own words on comments into that speech. The member's speech should be read out as is, with no words added and no words deleted. Moving to item 3.8, the reminder to members to email copies of their speeches to answered honorable members. It is very important for all members who participated in debate to email electronic copies of their speeches to answered after delivery. At times, the quality of the acoustics during debates have proved to be challenging, rendering certain parts of members' speeches to be inaudible. So this is almost always due to connectivity problem and not something over which IT has any control. I therefore ask all whips to ensure that their party members who are scheduled to speak during debate email their speeches to Mr. Alan Parrott, Control Editor, Hansard and Language Services in English, at a given email. Alternatively, speeches may be sent to Ms. Jacqueline Stone, Manager, Hansard and Language Services, English, at a given email. We expected members to fully cooperate with this request and thank them in advance for their consideration. Now we can move to item 4, which will be announcement or report by the Premier. Any announcement or report, Honorable Premier?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, apology for the bad quality of my video. I don't know whether I can be allowed to switch off the video. Speaker?
Yeah, since we have seen your face, we may allow in order that we get a good quality speech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I wish to, first of all, convey my appreciation to all the members of the legislature, to the leaders of the political parties, and all other members of KwaZulu-Natal legislature for their support as I took reins of the provinces as the first female Premier of KwaZulu-Natal since the dawn of democracy 20 years ago. I'm deeply humbled by overwhelming show of support by all the civil society, traditional leaders, faith-based leaders, members of the public, business leaders, and all our communities at large. As the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, I promise to work together with every honorable member in this House and every person and any organization to advance our commitment of serving the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I also thank the leadership of my political party, the ANC, for their wise counsel and the confidence they've entrusted in me. Together, let us grow KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to indicate that the KwaZulu-Natal has really been a buzz of a number of activities that have been happening from the last week and this week. Also, eThekwini will be home to a number of other activities, as we had already started with the CETA GovTech conference that started. That is going to be on the 12th to the 15th of September, with the theme digitization and digitalization evolving government services. Hosting of this conference is a testimony that economy of the province is recovering following the devastation of COVID-19 and July civil unrest, as well as the floods that have devastated our province. Apart from the boosting of our economy and creating jobs, the conference will focus on increasing the importance of digital technologies in the public service, work, and citizens in their daily lives. And I think one of the points that the honorable members of this House have consistently raised is the amount of connectivity in our province, which also does not allow even the honorable members to work effectively. The conference then will also assess how digital solutions can boost economies and enable the infrastructure development and support to SMMEs to develop and underpin youth development and health services delivery. We look forward to this fruitful engagement and the increasing integration of and deployment of the ICT in facilitating service delivery. During this week also, honorable members, we saw the business of KwaZulu-Natal voting with their numbers, where Hesto Hannes's and Sapisaiko upgraded and did the expansion of their companies, which resulted in more than 10,000 jobs combined for 3 other companies. The province of KwaZulu-Natal was also honored to host the Honorable and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, who launched these 2 big multi-billion projects following the commitment by businesses during the Presidential Investment Conference last year. These investments are really massive and a vote of confidence in KwaZulu-Natal and in our economy and our province. And we really welcome this, as it will also advance our mission for radical economic transformation in our country. Honorable members, we also wish to announce that we are also hosting the African Women in Leadership International Conference, and it is an honor that we will also be receiving the Deputy President of Liberia, the Deputy President of Tanzania, and the Republic of Cameroon under the theme of Women's Solidarity and Impetus to the Advancement of Gender Equality and Sustainable. The conference is also going to be focusing on how, as women of Africa, are going to help each other transform our communities and provide a platform for women to learn from one another and also to share from one another, not only in the African continent, but also around the world. Honorable members, I wish to thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. We can now move to the formal notices, motions or notices by the Chief Whip.
I don't know. Heading of reports. Oh, let me continue. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Allow me to present a motion of a resolution of the House concerning the appointment of the chairperson of committees. This motion is a motion without notice, moved under Standing Rules 105, 1G, with the unanimous concurrence of all members present in the House. The presiding officer is requested to put the motion to the vote for approval as the resolution of the House under Standing Rule 1032. Noting that the position of chairperson of committees is vacant due to the swearing in of Honorable S. Duma as the member of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Executive Council. Rule 16 of the Standing Rules of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature provides as follows. Election of chairperson of committees and deputy chairperson of committees as soon as possible after an election of the legislature, or whenever the position of the chairperson of committees or deputy chairperson of committees is vacant. The House must elect a member as chairperson of committees and another member as deputy chairperson of committees. It is therefore required in terms of Rule 16 to elect a member as chairperson of committees. This House therefore resolves to elect the Honorable H.G.S. Mavimbela as chairperson of committees. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. The item on the election will be on item 7 of the order paper. Then we'll carry on.
Speaker, because the same motion I can
Okay, I'm advised here because since the matter have been moved already, we can just go straight to the voting procedure on the elections of the chairpersons of committees on hybrid convened today, as we have convened today. So thank you, Chief Whip. So for moving the motion without notice regarding the election of a chairperson of committees, Honorable uzokuripota kumfundisi wakho. Let's have arisen to the Honorable Yebo.
Honorable Speaker, we were raising the motion right now just to get a concurrence first. Then we'll go to the election.
To
the election of the chairperson. As we are moving now, we wanted to get a concurrence of the House.
Oh.
That's why we moved now. I don't know whether you understand me.
Yeah.
I'm saying we're raising the motion because it's a motion without notice.
Yeah.
So that we can get concurrence of the House. So that we'll move to the election. We can't move to the election without getting the concurrence of the House first.
Oh.
Yes.
Actually, we can go party by party. Okay. Okay, let's get the concurrence of the House, starting with the official opposition, IFP.
Somlomo Hloniphekile, the leader of the official opposition, the Honorable Premier, the Secretary to the Legislature, honorable members of the Legislature. The IFP rise to support the proposed nomination of Honorable Mavimbela as the Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
DA.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise as the only effective opposition in this House to say that we support the motion, but have not yet put forward any nominations. The motion without notice. Thank you.
EFF. Ukhona umandethiwe ku-EFF ukuthi aphefumule.
Awakekho labo somlomo. Usaxoxa nje ukuthi
Sizodlula-ke ku-EFF. NFP. NFP.
Honorable Speaker, greetings to you and the honorable members. We rise to support the motion and the election of the chairperson of chairs, Honorable Mavimbela. Thank you.
Minority Front.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Minority Front supports the motion. Thank you.
ACDP.
Thank you and greeting you, Speaker. Honorable members, as ACDP, we do support the motion and the election of the lady. Thank you so much.
Thank you. ATM.
Amen.
Oh, the Interstate Sixabanisa Mfundisi. The Interstate Sixabanisa Mfundisi. Iyenzeka. You can stand up and
Ngiyaxolisa Speaker, ilo mshini ongiphazamisile. I'm sorry, Speaker.
Phinda.
Somlomo, ngiyakubingelela nendlu yonke abahlonishwa. Thina njenge-ACDP siweseka kakhulu imoshini nokuphakanyiswa kukadadewethu kulesikhundlane ngezwa sona. Thank you.
Okay. The ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress supports the motion without notice. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, members. We'll take ukuthi EFF. Ayitholakalanga.
Greetings and apologies, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Apologies for coming in late.
Okay.
The EFF supports the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aphelele-ke manje.
Some of the motion is now carried because it has been presented and nothing was there's no opportunity to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that the motion has been unanimously accepted, so it have saved us from going to a voting procedure. So the House agrees to elect the Honorable Mavimbe as a chairperson of committee. Honorable Rogers.
Malbongwe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thought we were living in a democratic state and that when there's a nomination, you would afford parties in this House the opportunity to nominate somebody for that position. You seem to have taken it upon yourself to wipe off the democratic process of this House. Perhaps you could reconsider that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. No, actually, it is not the Speaker, it is the parties that have agreed unanimously. Therefore, so therefore,
Speaker, sorry.
yes.
If I may just perhaps assist, what parties agreed on was the motion without notice.
Yes.
Not the nominations of individuals. That is my understanding.
Oh, that's how we differ in interpretation of what happened. Okay. But if you insist, I don't think we should argue on that one. That if you want nomination, I'll allow nomination. Honorable Taluza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Whilst I partly agree with the leader of the second opposition party, the chief whip, when he was raising the motion, he also included the name of Honorable HGS Mavimbela, that the House fully supported. It is that understanding then where we agree with the speaker to say no one has said there is another name that they wanted to forward, and hence we support the call from the speaker to then agree with the entire motion as put by the Chief Whip. Thank you very much.
Except if the DA said they were meaning something else. So it is the DA that had another understanding.
Speaker, let me try and expedite this matter. We supported the motion without notice. To put a name to a motion without notice, in my opinion and my understanding of the rules and order, is irregular and undemocratic. But to expedite the matter, the DA still supports the motion without notice, but we therefore abstain and do not support the proposal of the individual. If it can be recorded as such, we can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, no, we recorded as such that all other parties supported the name except the DA, which abstained. Thank you. Let's not do that again. Honorable Zuma, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, allow me to move a motion without notice. It's a motion without notice concerning the appointment of the deputy chairperson of committees. This motion is the motion without notice, move understanding rule 105(1)(g) with the unanimous concurrence of all the members present in the House. The presiding officer is requested to put the motion to the vote for approval as the resolution of the House under the understanding rule 103(2). Noting that the position of the deputy chairperson of committees is vacant due to the resignation of Honorable MPP Zungu from this post. Rule 16 of the standing rules of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature provides as follows: election of chairperson of committees and deputy chairperson of committees as soon as possible after an election of the legislature or whenever the position of the chairperson of committees or deputy chairperson of committees is vacant. The House must elect a member as chairperson of committees and another member as deputy chairperson of committees. It is therefore required in terms of Rule 16 to elect a member as deputy chairperson of committee. This House therefore resolves to elect Honorable M.A. Zulu as deputy chairperson of committees. I so move, Honorable Chairperson.
Without notice regarding the election of deputy chairperson of committees as a result of the vacancy that have arisen due to the Honorable Zungu having resigned as deputy chairperson of committees with effect from the 12th of September 2022. So, honorable members, as this is a motion in terms of Rule 105(g), that is where notice is dispensed with by the unanimous concurrence of all members present, we firstly need to confirm that there is a unanimous concurrence of all members before we proceed to vote on the motion itself. So can I therefore check with parties that there is concurrence that the motion may be moved without notice? I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. So starting with the IFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable Premier, Honorable Members. Inkatha yenkululeko yesizwe, the only more effective official opposition rises to support the nomination of Honorable Zulu as the Deputy Chief Whip. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The DA supports the motion without notice, but abstains from supporting the proposal of the individual. I thank you.
Thank you. EFF.
Honorable Speaker, the EFF supports the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Honorable Chairperson, we rise to support the motion put forward, as well as the nomination of Honorable M.A. Zulu as the Deputy Chairperson of Committees. Thank you.
Okay. Minority Front.
Honorable Speaker, we support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. ACDP.
Speaker, we do support both the motion and the nomination.
Thank you. ATM. Aiko. And the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress supports the motion in totality. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go as per procedure. Members, I have the votes of the parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from the party vote or abstain? We have already had the DA abstaining. Look like there is none. So I can confirm that there is a unanimous concurrence that the motion may be moved without notice as required by the rule 105(1)(g). The House also agree that the Honorable Zulu as a Deputy Chairperson with the abstaining of the DA on the name. Thank you. Okay. We can now move to the tabling of reports. Maningi. The first one will be KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Budget Performance in a Monitoring Report for the month of June 2022 and KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Annual Report 21-22. From the Office of the Premier is the Annual Report 21-22 and the KwaZulu-Natal and Research Institute Annual Report 21-22. From the Office of the Auditor General, tabling letter of special report on disaster relief and first special report on flood relief fund of the 31st of August 2022. From the Department of Education, The Department of Education Annual Report 21-22, Department of Education Annual Performance Plan 22-23, Department of Public Works and Human Settlement, the Department of Human Settlement Annual Report 21-22, the Department of Public Works Annual Report 21-22, Finance, the Department of Finance Annual Report 21-22, the Department of Social Development Annual Report 21-22, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Annual Report 21-22, and Agribusiness Development Agency Annual Report 21-22. Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs Annual Report 21-22, KZN Growth Fund Annual Report 21-22, Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone Annual Report 21-22, Moses Kotane Institute Annual Report 21-22, KZN Film Commission Annual Report 21-22, Ezemvelo Wildlife Annual Report 21-22, Dube Trade Port Annual Report 21-22, Trade and Investment Annual Report 21-22, Itala Development Corporation Annual Report 21-22, KZN Shark Sports Annual Report 21-22, KZN Liquor Authority Annual Report 21-22, KZN Game and Betting Board 21-20 Annual Report 21-22, KZN Tourism Authority Annual Report 21-22, Department of Health Annual Report 21-22, Department of Arts and Culture Annual Report 21-22, Department of Sports and Recreation Annual Report 21-22, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Department Annual Report 21-22, the Traditional Levies and Trust Account Annual Report 21-22, Transport Department of Community Safety and Liaison Annual Report 21-22, Department of Transport Annual Report 21-22, Overview reports on the payment of invoices after 30 days by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Service, that is from Department of Public Service Commission. Report by service delivery conducted at selected health and education facilities affected by the flood disaster in KwaZulu-Natal, and Public Service Commission Annual Report 21-22. So those are the my reports. As you are colleague. We can now move down the order paper. We have done the election of yeah. So you're now moving to the notice of bills and motions. I believe AFP. Huh? Oh, there are some who want to table some reports. Let me allow that opportunity first, starting with the Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Annual report for Department of Education. Thank you.
Okay, anyone also who want to table the report?
Deputy Speaker, I also rise to present and table the report, the annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable MEC. Okay, we are done with the reports now. This here uma motion. Nginephepha lambda. Abantu bama motion. Njengoba kade ngisho ublank akekho we-IFP. But I won't deny them if okay, we can proceed, starting with the ANC. Honorable Dube.
Ngiyabonga somlomo ohloniphekile. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanje. Lendlu iyanaka ukuba sikhathazekile ngochungechunge lokamuva lezingozi zezimoto ezibulala abantu abaningi esifundazweni sakithi. Sinxusa bonke abasebenzisa bomgwaqo ukuba bashayele ngokucophelela. Ngesonto mhlazane zingu-4 kuMandulo, itekisi ebigcwele ngokweqile nomshayeli okusola ukuthi ubephuzile igingqeke emgaqweni uEdendale Road, badlula nemiphefumulo eminingi. Lendlu inquma kanje: sishayela ihlombe abomthetho kamasipala waseMsunduze ngokwenza kahle umsebenzi wabo kanye nomnyango wezokuthutha ngokuthumela ithimba lezikhulu kuyohlola izidingo zemindeni esemanzini. Sidlulisa ukuzwelana kwethu nemindeni yabashonelwe futhi sifisa ukuba abagibeli abathathu abalimele balulame ngokusheshsha. Ngiyophakamisa kanje. Thank you.
Let's move to another speaker from the ANC, Governor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day, I shall move as follows. This House, noting that South Africa ranks amongst the 10 most culturally diverse countries in the world, South Africans of all cultures and creeds come together in September Heritage Month to celebrate the cultural wealth and living heritage of our nation. Celebrating our heritage keeps our communities together, passes on values, traditions, and meanings through the different generations, resolves to call on all South Africans to use Heritage Month to foster greater social cohesion, nation building, and a shared national identity. Honorable Speaker, I shall so move.
Thank you. Let's hear Honorable MP Kwala.
Imbumi Dayisana. Hlonishwa somlomo. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngophakamisa kanje. Lendlu iyalibona ilukuluku labantu. Ngokweseka IFP enkethweni kamuva nje IFP idla umhlanganiso wo-12 eMadlankala ngenkathi idlula ngehubo eMhlathuze ngenxa kwethenjwa ngabantu. IFP ko-12 izuze 54% izolo mhla ka-4 September isuka ku-26% ngokhetho luka-2021. Kwathi ANC yacosha 43%, EFF 2%, kwathi CCU kwaba umcacamezelo kwa-1%. Kanti IFP iwine ikhungo ezine kwey'nhlanu. Ngakho lendlu inquma ukuba i-IFP ishayelwe ihlombe elingenamona ngenkathi izuza imukela ithemba kubantu baseNingizimu Afrika ngokuthi intuthuko eMhlathuze izoza ilakanyana ngophakamisa kanjalo.
Babu, ilukuluku.
We can now move to the speaker from the ANC, Honorable Mshengu.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This house notes the dastardly killing of Umama Nokpiwa Mpungose, a murder of a well-known poet, Siyabonga Mpungose, on the evening of Tuesday. The brutal and senseless killing of Mama Mpungose is a demonstration of how our communities have become so violent, even against those they are supposed to protect. The House therefore resolves, 1, to pass the message of condolences to the Mpungose family and all others who have suffered the same but not reported. 2, to call on our communities to forge a united front against crime, working together with the law enforcement agencies. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Kike from the DA.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that our schools, 1, have become war zones with rioting and burning, even over confiscated cell phones. 2, are frequently vandalized and robbed. 3, stabbings and shootings on school premises have increased. 4, have a dysfunctional school safety program and improper infrastructure and training to back any safety initiative. This House therefore resolves to call upon the MEC and her department to prioritize a functional EPWP-based school safety program in all hotspot areas identified in collaboration with the Department of Safety and Security. And finally, to prioritize efforts to ensure greater parental and community involvement over the many ceremonial duties currently being undertaken. So shall I move.
Ngiyabonga. Somlomo ohloniphekile, ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanje. Lendlu iyanaka, le inyanga kaMandulo, okuyinyanga yamagugu, nokuqhakambisa amasiko lapho zonke izakhamizi zesifundazwe sethu kumele ziziqhenye ngemvelaphi yazo. Sisonke kanye nentsha yethu. Lendlu inquma ukuba kanjena. Uhulumeni wethu abeke phambili imfundo njengoba evele enza. Imfundo kungaba i-formal or informal education. Lokho kuwumthombo wolwazi okufanele ludonse laziwe izizukulwane zethu. Ngiyakuphakamisa kanjena Somlomo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. We can move to the speaker from the IFP, Honorable Kwanyana. Yeah, good. Honorable Motley.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Whip, Honorable Speaker. On the next sitting day of this House, we, the IFP, move that the Honorable Premier put an immediate end to the blatant abuse of the use of blue lights. Drivers are forced off the roads by VIP drivers rushing to meetings, causing accidents and endangering the lives of other road users. MECs and HODs should exercise more discipline and ensure they report to meetings timeously without speeding and being reckless on our roads. We should set an example for all road users as leaders in government. It is a responsibility of all road users to ensure that our roads are safe and not continue to be killing fields. This we so move. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mayor from the DA.
Steve. There we go.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House notes that since the floods of April and May, eThekwini has been having problems with its wastewater systems and water provision. That eThekwini has had problems with sewage removal and water provision even before the floods. Currently, 80% of wastewater works in the city is non-functional. All rivers in the metro are severely polluted and many beaches remain closed. This House therefore resolves that the provincial government immediately intervenes in this newest disaster to act in the best interest of the people of the metro to ensure the safety, as the ANC-led government in the municipality has failed to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Takarash Pants from the Minority Front.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I will move the following motion on the next sitting day, noting that the affirmative action policy had a 2014 sunset clause. Further noting this policy was critical in 1994, but 2024 will mark 30 years, and we are already witnessing the collapse of municipalities and government departments. This Honourable House must debate the scrapping of this race-based discriminatory policy, which is similar to apartheid and excludes Indians most, based on the 2% oppressive quota for jobs, universities, businesses, housing, and other opportunities, in contravention to the United Nations guidelines protecting minorities, moved by Mrs. Rajvansi. Thank you.
Thank you. We can move to Tombela, Honorable Tombela from the ANC.
Somlomo ngokuhlala kwalento okulandelayo ngiyakuphakamisa kanje. Inyanga kaMandulo inomlando omuhle kwelengabantu okungamele siwulibale. Kukuyo lenyanga lapho sikhumbula khona ilembe leqhamuka lembe ngokukhalipha lakha libumba isizwe sikaPhunga noMageba. Kukuyo lenyanga ngabo 1943 lapho umbutho kavuka ebambe African National Congress wasungula khona iANC Youth League. Kukuyo futhi lenyanga ngo1977 lapho isishabasheki sokulwela inkululeko saphangalala khona emva kokuhlukunyezwa ngamabhunu siboshiwe emakhulukudu uStephen Bantu Biko. Kukuyo lenyanga isibhicongo sokubulawa kwabantu bebhikisha ebhisho bebulawa uNdlovu kayiphikiswa uGqozo namasosha akhe. Ngiyaphakamisa ukuba sikhumbuze abantu abasha kwelengabantu ukuthi ikusasa labo lisezandleni zabo. Inselelo ekubo manje ukuba babhale ikhasi elisha ngeNingizimu Afrika nekusasa layo. Ababe ngaphambili kwabo bayiphendlile indlela inzapha ikubo manje. Ngiyaphakamisa.
Thank you, Honorable
At last. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. Somlomo ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyakuphakamisa kanje. Lendlu iyanaka ukucwaswa ngokubulili kwezemidlalo ikakhulukazi kwabesifazane. Ukumeleleka kancane kwabesifazane ebuholini bezemidlalo, ukutshalwa kwezimali okuncane okuhlanganisa uxhaso, ukumakethwa nokupromotha kanye nokusakazwa kwabezindaba kanye nomphumela okwenza ezemidlalo zabesilisa zijabulise futhi zibe nenzuzo. Lendlu inquma kanje. Ukunxusa ukuba lendlu yesishayamithetho saKwaZulu-Natal idingide udaba lwezemidlalo ngemihlomulo enjengemfundaze kanye nezimali zabadlali besifazane ukuba imihlomulo yabo mayilinganiswe nabesilisa kwiNingizimu Afrika yonkana. Siphinde sigunyaze lesi senzo, singasigunyazi lesi senzo ngendlela efanele ngoba lokhu ukungalingani kuyo yonke imboni kubhebhethekisa ukungalingani kobulili kwezemidlalo. Lokhu kusho ukugqugquzela nokuthuthuka kwabesifazane njengabasubathi kanye nabadlali abaqeqeshiwe nabaholi emkhakheni wezemidlalo. Ngiyakuphakamisa, Honorable Celo. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to Honorable Manqele ACDP.
Speaker, on the next sitting of this House, I'd like to move as follows. As ACDP, we alarmed at the recent reported that the latest crime statistics of South Africa reveal that KwaZulu-Natal is the country's most deadly province. Out of 6,424 murder cases reported between April and June of 2022, 1,623 of them occurred in KwaZulu-Natal. This is rather alarming and need to be addressed with a manner of urgency. We move that the province and its legislature embark on a crime stop campaign to collect illegal firearms from the individuals and mostly affected communities to help decrease the amount of the rampant crime within our province. Speaker, I will so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sonjika. ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyakuphakamisa ukuthi siqaphela ngokukhulu ukukhathazeka ukwenyuka odlame nokubhujiswa kwempahla ezikoleni zethu. Siqaphela imibiko ekhombisa ukuthi kushiswa izikole kwesinye sezikole sishiswe eThekwini ngenxa nje ukuthi kunembiko ukuthi kunama cellphone noma ama cellular phone athathiwe abafundi. Siqaphela nemibiko yekushiswa kwemoto kathisha ngenxa yokuthi kune cellphone yomfundi ebithathiwe. Siqaphela nokunyuka kwezinga lokusebenza kwezidakamizwa noma kusetshenziswa kwezidakamizwa ezikoleni. Ngakho ke siyakuphakamisa kanjena sihlalo ukuthi lendlu yesishayamithetho idingide udaba ngokukhulu ukuphuthuma lokubheka ukuthi singakanani isidingo sokuthi kube nomhlangano ozokhuluma ngokuphepha ezikoleni ohlanganisa bonke abantu abathintekayo kwezemfundo. Ngiyokuphakamisa sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Sonjika. We can move to Honorable Rabe.
Thank you. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House notes the scourge of FMD in our province is debilitating our economy and is impacting on cultural practices such as paying lobola, festivities, etc. Now it has come to light that there is a breakout of the African swine fever and bovine TB in northern KZN, among other diseases, which is likely to spiral out of control as FMD has. This House therefore resolves the MEC take the plight of animal disease control far more seriously. We must safeguard our borders and hire the required number of state veterinarians to treat this scourge and control it. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I shall so move.
Thank you. The last speaker on my list, Honorable Zulu.
Thanks, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the next sittings on this August House, on behalf of the ANC, I shall move as follows. The House note that we have ushered this year in a very unprecedented way, where there were endless random killings in the province and other areas around the province. We know, therefore, the senseless killings taking place in some of the areas within our communities and locations in the province. This House, therefore, resolves that we intensify the police and underground law enforcement continue to capture the perpetrators within the KwaZulu-Natal province and also collect all the illegal firearms. I so move.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. We can now move on to item 8, which will be a debate on the following first ANC party motion. Okay. I wanted some clarity. I'll take you through the motion. The motion said the House notes that June is celebrated as the National Environmental Month, that 5 June is the World Environmental Day, that there are serious concerns about contributors to climate change, such as toxic chemicals, the depletion of the ozone layer, desertification, and global warming. And the climate change impacts in South Africa include changing rain patterns and increased evaporation, both of which increase the likelihood of extreme droughts and severe natural disasters, such as recent flood in KwaZulu-Natal. The House therefore resolved to deepen the environmental awareness of our communities on an ongoing basis, and particularly during the National Environmental Week. That was the motion. We now need to go for the debate, calling upon Honorable M. Cavender, who's going to introduce first the motion.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, in moving this motion, what we had felt was that, particularly as KZN, we have had very, very serious flooding, as we all know. And what has been pointed out is that this was unprecedented, that these floods were not anticipated and were in fact not expected, over the last 40 years or so. But when the scientists looked at it and analyses were made, it was found that the floods were brought on or exacerbated because of the impact of climate change and the negative impacts, as we all know, have been felt by us in the province. Of concern, Chairperson, also, Honourable Speaker, is that this is not the first and last anticipated event, and that there will be more such events. So it is therefore important to deepen awareness in our communities about the impact of climate change and to try and mitigate the effect of it. So, Chairperson, that is the basis of the motion.
Okay. We are now going to receive a speaker from the ANC, Honorable T.S. Mjali, for 9 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and Honorable Premier, and all honorable members, please receive my greetings. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the NDP 2030 Vision Statement reads as follows. Through our service, we show our solidarity. We enjoy the same quality of service. We are connected through our caring. The beating heart of our country is a community that has all the enablers of modern life. We have water, we use toilet, we have food on the table, close quote. Carbon emissions and other greenhouse gases have changed our climate and has possessed a significant global and countrywide cost that have fallen disproportionately to the poor in particular of our province. The exacerbated rainfalls and extreme weather conditions have taken a toll on KZN, creating a vicious cycle and disruption in the agricultural sector, food production, and the supply chain, taking food away from each household, more in particular, or especially the community of the poor. South Africa is not only a contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, it is also particularly vulnerable to the effects of the climate change on health, livelihoods, water, and food, with the disparation of impact in particular to the poor, especially women and children. While adapting to these changes, industries and households have to reduce their negative impact on the environment. This will require far-reaching changes to the way people live, work, eat, think, and drink. The impact of climate change in the global, globally, the solution requires us that we must find due diligence that makes us to change our way of thinking and doing things. Honorable Speaker, the World Food Summit, which was held in 1996, defined the existence of food security as a state where all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their diet needs as well as their preference of food. The activation and health lifestyle is important as part of what should be defined by their day-to-day basis as they eat, drink, and think. It is important, therefore, that we instill and work towards establishing the right measures to ensure that there is sufficient food production for both locally and globally to meet the demand that is required by our citizens. It must be noted that, Honorable Speaker, whether we like it or not, the way of doing things, considering the new climate changes that we are being affected by, in particular in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, requires a coordinated awareness campaign that must mobilize the society in terms of how we do things moving forward to preserve the nature as part of the solutions to deal with the climate change. The recent status quo of severe malnutrition reported by UNICEF indicate that severity of food insecurity impacted by COVID-19, the war in Ukraine, almost about 8 million children under the age of 5 are said to be at risk of dying from severe malnutrition, while climate change also worsens the threats to reverse the progress made in the fight against hunger and malnutrition. Climate change augments and intensifies risk to food security for the most vulnerable countries, including South Africa. These are amongst the key risk factors that are indicated as a result of such, which include loss of livelihoods and income, loss of marine and coastal ecosystems, loss of terrestrial and inland water ecosystem and the livelihood, and the food insecurity as well as breakdown of food systems and the value chain. It is on this basis, therefore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that we need to establish a research that must assist the province of KwaZulu-Natal on key priority areas as we deal with the issue of climate change. This must cut across all our districts in ensuring that a clear, proper plan is developed by the province to respond to this. This should be a part of the government's plan in responding to the climate change. You will note that as and when these floods come or the disasters come, they leave a high lot of damages within our province, which affect our fiscal. As a result, the prioritization of budget that comes into place, which affect long-term plans that are already developed by the departments within the provinces and the budget of the province. Therefore, we call upon everyone to participate in this process. Honorable Deputy Speaker, a countrywide drive towards compliance on environmental standards will have to be implemented, but it will in turn drive innovation, reduce waste, improve energy efficiency, and promote new investment. It is on this basis that fourth industrial, amongst other things, should be utilized as part of the new strategies that we are utilizing as part of saving the nature. In particular, the key point that must be noted as well It is an agricultural research council which must be established to begin to see how to ensure the sustainability of food and the food that must be planted even under difficult weather conditions ought to be prioritized as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. That being said, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, we do call upon every citizens of the province of KwaZulu-Natal to understand that the climate change is here to stay. All we need to do is to change our way, how we think, how we eat, and how do we prioritize to save the environment so that we're able to ensure that we assist as part of the contributory solutions towards saving nature. I so submit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Mtali, we are going to receive the speaker from the IFP, Honorable S. Moodley, for 10 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of the executive, colleagues. Honorable Speaker, Section 24 of the Constitution says that everyone has a right to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures. Climate change poses a significant risk to South Africa's developmental gains, exacerbating the existing national challenge of widespread poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and undermining the country's efforts to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and Africa's Agenda 2063. South Africa's vision for an effective response to climate change is articulated in the National Climate Change Response Policy and reinforced by the National Development Plan, NDP Vision 2030 of a transition to an environmentally sustainable, climate change, resilient, low-carbon economy, and a just society. The IFP believes that environmental awareness is to understand the fragility of our environment and the importance of its protection. Promoting environmental awareness is an easy way to become an environmental advocate and an active participant in creating a brighter future for our children. Educating people about the importance of protecting the environment must be a 365 days project. We must not wait for 5th June, which is a World Environment Day, to raise awareness about our environment because one day is not enough. By teaching our friends and families that the physical environment is fragile and precious, we can begin fixing the problems that threaten it. As the IFP, we believe that KwaZulu-Natal cannot regain its greatness in the world if its people continue to breathe polluted air, drink toxic water, and eat tainted food. Pollution of the air, water, and soil has major consequences for the health and livelihoods of KZN's massive population. It has been linked to acute and chronic disease and preventable death. The air pollution in hotspots areas like Devon South Basin, a home to the largest concentration of petrochemical industries in the country, has been identified as a challenge in the province's 2018 Environmental Outlook report by the Provincial Department of Economic Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs. It is an undisputed fact that there are many factors that contribute to environmental pollution. Oil drilling is one such factor and causes a great deal of environmental destruction. Oil spills and offshore drilling poison marine life. Oil drilling on land suffocates the earth, and the combustion of fossil fuels add to the increased atmosphere, CO2, which in turn causes the progression of global warming and ocean acidification. Further, the issue of deforestation is another cause of concern, as millions of acres of forest are cut down for industrial benefit, such as large-scale farming, oil mining, and the production of paper goods. Deforestation causes wildlife and biodiversity extinction because the loss of habitat threatens many species' existence. Plastic pollution is another issue that needs urgent attention. One of the most ambiguous and long-lasting recent changes to the surface of our planet is the accumulation and fragmentation of plastics. Evidence is mounting that the chemical building blocks that make plastic so versatile are the same components that might harm people and the environment. One solution is to treat plastic as a reusable material rather than as a disposable commodity that's quickly discarded. That means making plastic more easily recyclable from the get-go by using fewer materials in the manufacturing process and increasing recycling facility availability. Coal is the most abundant and least expensive to the fossil fuels. There are significant environmental impacts associated with coal mining and use. It could require the removal of massive amounts of topsoil, leading to erosion, loss of habitat, and pollution. Coal mining causes acid mine drainage, which causes heavy metals to dissolve and seep into ground and surface water. Coal and fuel combustion emit fly ash particles into the atmosphere, which in turn contributes to air pollution. Chemically, coal is mostly carbon, which, when burned, reacts with oxygen in the air to produce carbon dioxide, a heat trapping gas. When released into the atmosphere, carbon dioxide works like a blanket warming the earth above normal limits. South Africa is currently the 14th largest emitter of greenhouse gases emissions globally. Human activities are increasing the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The burning of coal to generate electricity, burning of petrol in cars, some chemical processes in industries, and many farming activities all add to the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The greenhouse in GHGs in the atmosphere is causing more energy to be trapped in the atmosphere. As more energy is trapped, the atmosphere heats up. This heating up process is referred to as global warming. Therefore, it is critical to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases emissions that are being released into the atmosphere to stabilize the ultimately reduced GHG levels. For example, switching from coal to solar as a source of energy will significantly reduce the amount of GHG emissions being released into the atmosphere. Transitioning from coal to renewable energy is critical to SA's efforts to reduce air pollution. The IFP believes that there is an urgent need to inculcate the culture of educating children about the importance of protecting our environment in schools. When it comes to raising awareness about environmental issues, a good place to start is by including lessons about the environment in school curriculums. Children must be taught about the 3 R's: reduce, waste, reuse resources, and recycle materials. Further, while teaching children what it means to be environmentally aware is important, leading by example will have a bigger impact on them. The IFP believes that no one must be spared from the fight against climate change and protection of the environment. Municipalities must also play their active role in mitigating climate change. Local government authorities are critical in addressing climate change impacts through proactive adoption. As the impacts of climate change become more severe over time, this affects municipalities' capability to service the day-to-day needs of the growing pollution. Thus, there is a need for local government to incorporate climate considerations into their mandates to ensure that they can continue to provide the same level of service delivery, whilst at the same time ensuring that each and every citizen within the jurisdiction of a municipality is protected against the impact of climate change. Time is running out. Addressing the environment crisis such as climate change will take more than individual efforts. The IFP believes that harsher penalties must be meted out to those who are hell-bent in polluting the environment further. Action must be taken to protect the environment from antimicrobial pollution. We urge government to enforce laws for the management and disposal of antimicrobial containing waste and runoff from manufacturing sites, farms, hospitals, and other sources. Antimicrobials given to humans, animals, and plants entering the environment and water sources, including drinking water sources, via wastewater, waste runoff, and sewage, and through its spreading drug-resistant organisms and antimicrobial resistance. I ask that we collectively become ambassadors for a healthier environment by adopting greener habits. I thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Let's receive the speaker from the DA, Honorable Ashley DeBoer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, Honourable Duma. Good to see you in the leading seat there. I must say I'm pleased to see you there and that Honourable Zikalala is not there. I think we've had our time together, but now it's time for you and I to dance in the legislature. Yes, Honourable Duma, Scottson in the house. Honourable Speaker, allow me to preface the debate by lending my support to the motion in part. Unfortunately, like so many other ANC motions, ideas and suggestions, they fall short in terms of actual implementation. The United Nations, human rights organizations across the world, and even the Pope have drawn a strong link between poverty, inequality, and climate change. Often the most vulnerable of society find themselves living, farming, or raising families on geographically unstable land. Climate change simply worsens the spiraling inequality as farmers continue to lose crops and livelihoods, driving entire communities to urban regions or even other countries. Enter the proverbial elephant in the room, and we're not referring to the IFP here. Interestingly, the UN has also directly linked political instability or mismanagement as the evil twin of climate change. And I'll say it again, Honourable Speaker, as there was a bit of background noise there. The UN has linked climate change and political instability and inequality. The correlation between politics and environmental degradation is not rocket science. Simply put, governments who cannot deliver to its citizens across the service delivery spectrum drive climate change upwards. Whereas Somalia and Zimbabwe serve as prime examples of this phenomena, South Africa is earning a reputation as a failed state. KwaZulu-Natal must certainly stand out, Honourable Duma, as a comedy of political and environmental errors that frankly has the international community quite puzzled and perplexed. No amount of public education on climate change will restore investor confidence in a leading ANC faction who have willingly labelled themselves as the Taliban. It is ironic that the ANC, led by the Taliban faction, would table a motion on environmental education and climate change, when it was the same Afghan Taliban who kicked women and girl children out of schools and universities. The same Taliban took their population one step away from starvation when they banned UN food parcels and gave the middle finger to standard global human rights standards. But let us move a tad closer to home. We can agree that education and information is critical in setting the agenda of the populace. Honourable Speaker, allow me to explore this concept of education, information, and climate change. Recent oversights have revealed the failed state of education in KwaZulu-Natal. Broken classrooms, school rape, and using an inhumane plastic toilet over a stinking pit are par for the course in our public schools. No child is truly interested in high-level climate change discussions when they face real-life hardships, such as not having piped water, or electricity, or living in a dignified home, or having to walk home 10 kilometers from school every day. Honourable Speaker, how are the youth to be empowered on environmental degradation when their thoughts are focused on where their next meal is coming from? Rising sea levels, plastic nurdles on the beaches, and millions of litres of sewage in the rivers up to today after the floods are not the priority of a populace that faces an expanded unemployment figure of close to 60%. It begs the question, how powerful an education campaign would we need to convince communities that our wildlife need protection when lion and leopard have escaped from Ezemvelo parks and mauled everybody's livestock and even people? Perhaps the Taliban faction can enlighten this Honourable House on how a 1 billion rand organization like Ezemvelo has failed miserably to offer extensive free educational visits to its parks, therefore depriving this province and its children in particular of an ideal opportunity to link communities with the custodians of wildlife and the wildlife which belongs to them. Rising sea levels threaten our biggest cities, yet our people face a rising tide of crime, an economy designed to cripple entrepreneurship, and simply just tough times. All of this proudly brought to South Africa by 28 years of ANC blunders. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The next speaker will be from the EFF, Honorable Zamini.
Greetings, Speaker, and all protocol observed. Once again, the ANC proves that they have reached the ceiling and completely not considering the people of this province. The single most essential thing that environmental awareness accomplishes is to make people aware of the risks associated with maintaining our current level of consumption. This is so that people can properly see the extent of the harm and the threats facing our planet. Hence, the awareness should be focused on issues such as global warming, environmental health, and most importantly, sustainable development. However, in the context of our KwaZulu-Natal, it seems the awareness should expand to alerting our communities about the incompetence of the ruling party, to alerting our communities about the lack of political will to understand and address environmental issues. Not so long ago, this incompetence led to the closure of beaches such as Westbrook, uMhlanga Main, uMdloti, eThekwini Beach, iSiphingo, Amanzi Mtoti Main, Pipeline, and many more. This is all the ANC can do well these days, closing the economy without having any concrete plan to progressively solve issues at hand. In June 2021, senior engineer for the city's wastewater works, Lusapo Changela, stated during the public meeting that failures were a regular occurrence in many pump stations throughout the city of Durban, particularly due to load shedding, and that this led to wastewater overflows, including sewage. Participants, who included council members, company owners, and representatives from the province, Department of Economic Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs, were all exposed to the concerns that Changela addressed. At the city's beaches and in the Durban Harbour, wastewater spills into the ocean as a result of malfunctioning pump stations present a health and economic risk. This also came up during a recent public meeting on the subject. It is clear that several city pump stations frequently malfunction, most frequently as a result of the extreme load shedding, allowing the sewage to seep into the Durban Harbour and nearby beaches. Further to that, on the 3rd of August 2022, IOL News reported that there were unacceptably high E. coli levels discovered in the rivers and beaches of Durban, according to the Federated Hospitality Association of South Africa, that is FEDHASA, which hits directly at the tourism and hospitality industries of the province. FEDHASA made this statement in response to a statement by an environmental protection organization that water sampling tests revealed alarming high E. coli levels in the Umngeni and Ohlanga rivers. There's also been warnings by several experts saying that swimming on contaminated water possesses a health hazard for the public. This debate, must critically look at how the government of this province is prioritizing the well-being of the people who directly or indirectly benefit from the affected economies. The rights of those workers who are subjected to inhaling polluted air in the Durban Harbour, all because of the ruling party's failure to govern this province. Well, what can we expect from a government that borrowed 500 billion rands from the West Bank and IMF? and failed to build even a single hospital during the COVID-19 pandemic, while $500 billion is gone. What is painful is the reality that the lives of our people are in the hands of this government. It is for this reason that the EFF will never stop her holding it accountable. The water pollution that affected the riverbank and subsequently the mouth of a number of beaches last year and early this year as a result of recklessness on the municipality's part does not come as a surprise. Rather, more reasons for the EFF to believe that this government does not care for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Central to our concerns as EFF is water pollution crisis faced by eThekwini municipality due to human waste that was disposed to the riverbanks and subsequently the mouth of multiple beaches during the 2021 festive season and early January this year, and as indicated earlier, which led to the closure of beaches, health threats on the people living near the beaches and the harbor. The government seems to be too careless of how the E. coli levels have been elevated in the lower parts of the Umgeni River for several months, according to earlier testing. According to earlier testing, there was over 2.4 million CFU of E. coli at Springfield Park on November 4, and over 3 million AFU near to the Umgeni River Bed Park. How do you overlook these facts before misleading the people or the public? Because misleading the public is beyond shocking. Maybe we need to...
Thank you, Honorable Zamini. We are now moving to Honorable Speaker from the ANC for 9 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, am I audible?
You are audible.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our Lady Premier, members of the executive, honorable members, and all our guests that are following the proceedings from various media platforms in Njanbulisa Nonke. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I feel deeply honored at being given the opportunity to participate in the commemoration of World Environmental Day under the theme Only One Earth. The very same theme, Honorable Speaker, under which the very first World Environmental Day was celebrated. The year 2022 marks 50 years of this event, hence the same message. But also this, Honorable Speaker, tells us that the message is still relevant nanamhlanje. Honorable Speaker, as we celebrate this day, the African National Congress wants to congratulate the bold decision taken by the AU to celebrate this as part of honoring the role played by Prof. Wangari Maathai, the founder of Greenbelt Movement, a non-governmental organization in Kenya that focused on addressing deforestation and environmental degradation and the greater impact of these factors on the livelihoods of rural women who bore the brunt of the negative environmental impact on agriculture and food security. Prof. Wangari also led a fight to protect water catchment areas, advocating for planting of trees, environmental conservation, and women's rights in Kenya and across Africa. In 2004, she became the first African woman to be awarded a Nobel Peace Prize for her contribution to sustainable development, democracy, and peace. Umbutho wesizwe ukhongolose uyasinqoma isinqumo se-African Union sokubungaza lolu suku ngokuhlanganyela nokubungaza igalelo likaNkosikazi Maathai. Lokhu kuyasilekelela kakhulu siyisizwe esimnyama somlomo ukususa imfundiso ethi thina siyindlu emnyama asinandaba nokunakekelwa kwemvelo. Iningi lethu lapha kulendlu abacishe kakhulukazi balingane nami nabangaphezulu bangangifakazela ukuthi thina singabantu abamnyama sikhuliswe ngesikompilo eligqugquzela ukuthi siphilisane ngendlela eyiyo nemvelo ukuze imvelo ikwazi ukusinakekela njengoba sixhomekeke kuyo ukuphila kwethu. Honorable Speaker, we stand before this august house singumbutho wesizwe to reaffirm our duty as citizens of this beautiful province to work towards the restoration of our environment. Honorable Speaker, I would like to appeal to each one of us to work sincerely to bring about restoration in our environment. Honorable Deputy Speaker, climate change in South Africa is expected to bring a shift in seasonal and geographic weather patterns and an increase in the number of extreme climatic events such as floods and heat waves. The findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change highlight that the poor and the marginalized will experience greatest effects. It is increasingly recognized that women are disproportionately vulnerable to the effects of climate change as they are more dependent on natural resources that are threatened by the climate change. They are also poorly positioned in society to respond appropriately and adapt to the long-term effects of climate change. In August 2022, GCIS hosted a webinar focusing on the impact of climate change on women. The following issues, amongst many issues that were discussed there, were highlighted. Number one, that majority of African families depend on rain-fed agriculture to some extent. This majority is therefore vulnerable to changing climate, particularly extreme climate events such as floods. Drought also poses considerable risk, especially in semi-arid South Africa, which already has large water scarce areas. Two, that many rural households are women-headed, and these families rely on subsistence farming. In sub-Saharan Africa, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are told that women make up 60 to 80% of smallholders, and income in that sector is very low. This therefore means that the adaptive capacity is also low in that sector, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, we need to do something to assist these households. Extreme weather events, Honorable Speaker, and shifting rainfalls and seasonal patterns increase the risk of food insecurity and poverty for these women. Their dependence on farming and at whatever scale means that for women, failed harvest impacts not only on their source of nutrition, but also their ability to provide for their families, school fees and uniforms, transport, including school transport, access to data, clothing, and other resources will be limited. That not only are these women and their household vulnerable to the direct effects of climate change, but the current system of communal land ownership affects women's access to land. Ngikhumbula in one of our stakeholders and stakeholder engagements in Umkhanyakude, enye yamakhosazana ayiphawula kulo mhlangano yalapha eJozini, Honorable Deputy Speaker, yacela eshaya umthetho ukuthi singenelele ukuthi nabo bengabantu besifazane bakwazi ukuthola ilungelo lobunikazi bomhlaba ngaphandle kokuncikiswa kwabesilisa. The barrier to land tenure for women, Honorable Deputy Speaker, affects their ability to be resistant to the effects of climate change and their access to assistance after extreme climate events. Although women make up the majority of smallholders, a far smaller proportion are landowners. According to research done by many scholars in the sector, many interventions are targeted at assisting landowners rather than land users. And the land tenure system means that in many cases, women are not eligible for assistance. Globally, women have less access to land, credit, agricultural inputs, decision-making structures, technology, and training that will facilitate their capacity to adapt to climate change. This particularly is true for South Africa. Many homes do not have access to piped potable water, and women are tasked with collecting water for both household consumption and for irrigation of home gardens in times of low rainfall. Lokhu sikubonile ezindaweni ezifana nalapha eMkhanyakude ngaphansi kwenkosi uGumede. Climate change, Honorable Speaker, is expected to bring more frequent dry periods, and thus women will be expected to work further and spend more time collecting water. In addition to the increased physical stress, this will limit the time that women can spend on other tasks, as well as those that could potentially improve their livelihoods, such as education and training, etc. Kumanje nje kulobu busika obudlule sikubonile lokho endaweni yaseMsinga ngaphansi kwenkosi yasemachunwini nezinye indawo ezakhele umasipala waseMsinga kanye noMzinyathi kanye nabanye omasipala abakhele lesi sifundazwe sakithi. Extreme climate events such as floods results in localized increase in economic stress and resource limitations. Food scarcity and economic slums drives increase in gender-based violence, of which women are the primary target. In addition, Honorable Speaker, there is no security or police intervention for women whose crops and equipment are stolen. Honorable Speaker, siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni waKwaZulu-Natal nathi sonke njengoba sikulendlu sikuqonde ukuthi asisenaso isikhathi sokuthi sixoxe sibonisane ngalolu daba, isikhathi sokuthi siqhamuke namasu wokuthi manje siya kanjani phambili. Njengoba le motion isho ukuthi manje siqinise nokufundiswa kwabantu bakithi ukuthi bazivikela kanjani kuloku guquka kwesimo sezulu. Abantu bakithi badinga ulwazi oluphelele ngobungozi obuhambisana nokunyuka kwamazinga okushisa okushisa emhlabeni. Honorable Speaker, we are all in the same storm, just not riding in the same boat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your time has. Now let's receive a speaker from the NFP, Honorable CM Shinga.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, distinguished guests. Climate change represents a significant threat to the lives of the ecosystem, wildlife, and the people. To handle this situation effectively, we must cut carbon emissions as soon as possible and prepare for the repercussions of global warming, which we are currently seeing. The past deadly floods in the province of KwaZulu-Natal have been blamed on climate change, a subject that we as South Africans have not carefully considered. Environmental protection is not only to be considered by government or commercial sector, but we as a country need to put efforts towards environmental preservation. Unfortunately, littering and illegal dumping have practically spread like an ugly plague. People and companies still use plastic bags carelessly in spite of laws prohibiting them and fees on them. They are done our homes where livestock graze, and some of them end up polluting waters. Honorable Speaker, other countries have done a remarkable job at sustaining the fight towards climate change and global warming. They have done this by switching to the green power. As a result of the previous sudden experience of flooding in KwaZulu-Natal, the NFP recommends an environmental and climate change summit with all our diplomatic professionals specializing in this field and stakeholders to raise public awareness about environmental preservation. We need to place high priority on more aggressive solutions to the epidemic of plastic items. There is a plethora of more approaches to combat the climate catastrophe. All that is required is increased research, funding, and advocacy for policy changes that will assist to address the problem. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Shina. Let's now receive a speaker from Minority Front, Honorable Esther Korach-Bansi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Minority Front welcomes the ANC motion on National Environment Month, celebrated from 2015. Notwithstanding World Environment Day, 5th June, was declared as such by the United Nations in 1972. In 2022, 50 years later, we must ask, Has the developed countries considered their economic activities' impact on climate change, the price we as developing countries have to pay currently? For South Africa, more strategizing should have been done. For example, June is summer in the West and a good time to greening activities, but it's midwinter in South Africa. Hence, we celebrate Heritage Month and Arbor Week in September, when spring is at its height and we can get maximum people to participate. Therefore, we must adopt these international days according to our seasons and climate, as June is Youth Month and should not be undermined. Ideally, therefore, we should be celebrating National Environment Month in September. Our focus should be the 17 SDGs, half of which are climate related. We have conditional grants in agriculture to rehabilitate the environment, and soil, being our biggest ecosystem, is under threat. Yet the land care grant is underspent annually, making KwaZulu-Natal vulnerable to droughts and floods. As South Africans, we need to form practical partnerships with champions who are saving the soil, like Sadhguru from the Isha Foundation, and others who are planting trees locally in KZN or saving the oceans. We need to bring back organized local subsistence for food security. This means releasing land to vulnerable citizens who have indigenous knowledge to farm. We need to keep corporates in check who produce mass food that is not the healthiest and review their labeling claims. Whilst we wait for a fully fledged disaster management plan, thank you, Honourable Speaker. The MF supports this motion.
Right. We are supposed to receive a speaker from ATM. There is an apology that was received, so we can move straight to ACDP. Honourable Mangan.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm greeting you and all members of the House. We as ACDP, we acknowledge that the 5th of June is the World Environmental Day, which is commemorated throughout the world. So it is important to note that prevention of destroying our environment should be an ongoing basis. We need more awarenesses and education programs to be implemented, starting from the school level and throughout our province, in order to avoid future disaster from taking place. Ngasho nje speak ukuthi sibaningi sibadala esingazi kahle ngodaba lwe-environment. Siyadinga kakhulu ukuthi kusondelwe even kithina, hayi ingane kuphela, zilekelelwe ngalolu daba. It is imperative that all people in each community becomes aware of how our ozone layer and environment is currently being affected. Nakho lokho nje siqonda ukuthi yini i-ozone layer asiyazi kahle. Our environment matters. Our people are so important. So let us save our people. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Let's allow the speaker from the DA, Honourable Tabu, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, let's start off with the irony of the situation. The irony of the situation is that the ANC has brought a motion to discuss climate change and education of our communities. And here we stand today and we debate this very important issue, yet we haven't actually heard any solutions to climate change. The ANC has not come here with real tangible solutions that can actually drive change, that can prevent climate change, and that can actually assist communities within KwaZulu-Natal. The DA comes here today and we represent the communities where we have been on the ground. We have been on the ground in Umlazi, in KwaMashu, in Amanzimtoti, in Umtloti, at Westbrook Beach, where there's still sewage running onto the beaches. We've been to Pinetown, where there's at least 100 million rands worth of sewage running into the rivers, the Palmeet River and the Mbila River, on a daily basis. That is where the DA is. That is where the DA is making a change. The ANC is nowhere to be seen except in this House, making statements and promises that can never come to fruition. Why is it that the ANC and this provincial government refused help from the Western Cape government 1 week before the major storm that we experienced? They were willing to send people and rescue teams here to assist the government. They were told, no, thank you very much. Where has the ANC been in real oversight that leads to money being unlocked from national government and resources being put into the major catastrophe, an environmental disaster of epic proportions, with hundreds of millions of liters of raw sewage, the most toxic sewage you can find, running into our rivers across KwaZulu-Natal? Why are we debating this motion from the ANC in this House today, Honourable Speaker, when the ANC has not managed to secure funding to fix what needs to be fixed and, in essence, get tourism up and running again? Why is the ANC speaking about climate change in this House when it's done nothing to support B&Bs in the tourism sector? When it has not instructed its ANC-run municipality to get its house in order, sort out its insurance, and fix the sewage pipes which are threatening the economy of KwaZulu-Natal? Why is it that NGOs and other organizations that do actually provide education to school children and other communities do not want to work with this ANC government? Because they fear that this government will overtake it and their money will be taken. Why is that happening? And then finally, as the Honorable Duma has asked before, where, honorable members, is the spiritual money that was promised by the president? Why is that money not coming to KwaZulu-Natal? And why is that money not coming to eThekwini so that we can fix this environmental crisis that faces us? We demand answers to those questions today. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
ANC, Honorable S.W. Mshengu, for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Good morning to honorable members, members of the executive led by the Premier and the leader of government business. Honorable Chair, there is a saying that we do not inherit the planet from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our future children. Simply put, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we have the responsibility to hand over the planet to our future generations in the state similar or much better than we found it. Individual and collective actions, small and big, are the only ways we can win the war against climate change and its devastating impacts. We have not even recovered from the April floods, and who knows what this summer will bring us. All we know is that these devastating climate change-related events are going to be more intense and more frequent. This requires government to be more resolute in its response and interventions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we need to appreciate the work being done by the government nationally and in our province. In February this year, the Climate Change Bill was formally introduced to Parliament by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. When it becomes law, this will form the first legal framework in South Africa to respond to the impacts of climate change. It will enable government to develop an effective climate change response and a long-term transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient economy and society for South Africa in the context of sustainable development. Of critical importance is how this will drive concrete adaptation strategies to mitigate against the potential impacts of climate change. Honorable Deputy Speaker, even as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we need to be more proactive and forward-thinking in our approach as government. The 2019 flooding events should have been a warning shot for us. The 2022 impacts were even harsher and more severe. In our approach, we must be mindful of the fact that our province is vast and is the second most populated province in the country. Lawmakers, government and development agencies must work together to build resilient and improve early warning systems and develop adequate flood mitigation measures. We must build on initiatives such as Compact KZN, the Damaged Climate Change Strategy, and KwaDukuza Climate Change Strategy, and Low Emission Development and Strategies Framework Action Plan, just to name a few. We hope these and other interventions will provide momentum for the review and finalization of the provincial climate change strategy. The oversight work by the Portfolio Committee of this House on conservation and environment, Honorable Deputy Speaker, on a number of landfill sites across the province has demonstrated the immediate need for our municipalities to build internal capacity, especially around the ability to monitor the toxic levels through air quality monitoring stations in order to identify as well as punish the polluters, as they have for the longest period of time been transgressing regulations with impunity. While we respect the advances made by scientists to understand the ever-changing environmental phenomena, efforts must be made into ensuring that local authorities urgently develop contingency plans, including the relocation and evacuation of the affected people in instances of such adverse weather conditions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the April floods remains the traumatic flashpoint in our minds, where we saw bridges and roads collapse, water and other critical infrastructure washed away. The lessons learned should be futuristic and life-saving when it comes to the strength of the houses built and drainage systems that will withstand any volume of water without any destruction. We must identify high-risk land exposed to natural hazards and include these in land use schemes. Local government should guide development into safe lands. Ongoing education and awareness among other high-risk communities must be consulted and educated about the risk and alternative housing sites provided for relocation. Honorable Chair, if we defer our responsibility, we will find ourselves in an undesirable situation in terms of loss of agricultural production and food security, reduction in water availability, deforestation, loss of biodiversity and ecosystem goods and services, and many other challenges that we face due to climate change and its impact. We must avoid a path that will result in a more devastating wildfires, flooding, coastlines, extreme storms, loss of agricultural productivity, and subsequently to social disorder. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to respond to a few issues raised by my honorable colleagues, especially Honorable De Boer, his rantings this morning.
We are losing you, Honorable Mshengu.
Oh, thank you very much. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't know what happened. Oh, thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to say I'm very disappointed with the rantings from Honorable De Boer when he misrepresents the facts. There are no learners who get charged for educational tours to Ezemvelo parks. It is not true. It is incorrect. There is no such. I'm not too sure about the 600 billion rand that was borrowed from the IMF, but all that I know is that a number of hospitals were improved through the interventions of the Department of Health. We can name hospitals such as GJ Crooks in the Scottsboro area, King Dinuzulu hospitals, Wentworth hospitals, etc. And the interventions of this government, especially during the difficult times of COVID-19 and the floods, have been enormous. And I can tell you that this is one responsive government that takes along its people when it resolves challenges or responds to problems that affects all of us. And therefore, platforms such as this must be educational, and I really appreciate the emphasis from Honorable Motley that an all-out education exercise must be undertaken to teach our people about the extent of the climate change and its consequences if we are not careful. But the one of the matters that I think we need to emphasize is that local government
has a critical role to play in ensuring that, especially when it comes to building plans and availing land for people to build, that they must build in areas where, in the event of flooding, our people are not going to become victims, as it were. With all being said, Honorable Chair, the African National Congress welcomes the debate as sponsored by Honorable Member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mshengu. We are now going to get a response to the party motion from Honorable M. Governor for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me just say that climate change is a collective issue. It's one that faces all of us collectively. So finger pointing and blame shifting and all of these things, as espoused by my honorable colleague De Boer, does not assist us. Neither does misrepresentation. Honorable De Boer, Honorable Deputy Speaker, raised this issue about our province not accepting assistance from other provinces during the period of the floods. And this is totally incorrect and misleads the public as well as the members of this August House. We had in our province during the period of the floods teams from throughout the country, including from the Western Cape. And I do recall that when they completed their work and they left, there was an event hosted by provincial government to thank them for their efforts. It was also a magnificent example of collaboration in the face of a disaster confronting all of us. So Honorable De Boer, I don't know whether he was out of the province in this period and didn't understand what was going on and didn't see the work that was being done by teams from throughout the country, or whether he was sleeping.
We are losing you, Honorable Governor.
Sorry, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I inadvertently pressed the mute button. Climate change is not a new thing. It wasn't brought about by the ANC. But yes, the ANC represents people, and it's the action of people that has resulted in the effects of climate change. People have been living in the wrong places. There have been greenhouse gas emissions in the name of progress. And these are the things which call for a strategy of climate change adaptation and mitigation. Now, again, Honorable De Boer has raised this point about the ANC government not doing anything. There are 4 pieces of legislation that have been passed by this ANC government since 2009 to deal with the effects of climate change. Currently, there's a Climate Change Act that is a bill that is of 2022 that is under discussion. So it's not that nothing is being done. In fact, most action on climate change has been done and led by this ANC government. So again, I think the honorable member is either not in the country, not in the House, not aware of legislation, and really not doing his job. We do, however, and I want to emphasize, we do need to educate our people because this is a new thing. People need to be educated about it, and part of the thing is the adaptation, where we have to lower the risks that have been that exist, and the mitigation to also try and lessen the effects. One of the things that we have to do is to ensure that we have our early warning systems in place. You can't undo completely what is there already, but you can warn people that you need to move out, you're in a dangerous zone, and that's part of the education that each and every member of this House should do in their constituencies as well. I want to also point out that climate change and the effects of climate change don't distinguish between the rich and the poor. So in the floods in KwaZulu-Natal, you had people in Umlazi affected, people in Chatsworth, people in Felix, people in Mhlanga, people in Belito, rich and poor. So you can't go and say because you're poor, you experience the effects of climate change. Yes, poor people would experience it the worst. And that is then the role of government and political parties to go and provide that support. And we must commend the KZN provincial government for its efforts in mitigating and assisting people with the after effects of these floods in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let us not undermine those efforts, but let us also say that climate change is something that affects all of us, and we need to collectively work, not point fingers and pass the buck on to others, because that's a very comfortable situation to be in. Let us work together. Let us look at adaptation strategies. Let us look at mitigation strategies. These will involve also getting our farmers perhaps shifting what they are doing in terms of the crops that they plant, and getting households to look at how they play their bit, whether it's planting trees, etc. One of the simple things that we can do, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is revive the program of Arbor Day in schools, where education was done on the first day of September and trees were planted. A national tree was declared, and I recall from my school days, every school planted a tree. That's a small thing. But within communities, the issue of food security, planting food for themselves, and educating them with that is also important. So, Honorable Deputy Chair,
Thank you, Honorable Governor.
Thank you very much.
Fortunately, the time is up, which brings us to the end of this debate on the African National Congress motion. We therefore have to move to the next item on our ordered paper, which is a report by the Honorable MEC for Education on their departmental performance against their annual performance plans in line with the standing rule SR 131. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Boyce, KwaZulu-Natal Premier, Honorable Dube Ngube, Honorable members of the Executive Council and the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonan. The Freedom Charter, which marks its 67th anniversary this year, unambiguously declared that, I quote, "The doors of learning and culture shall be open," unquote. The Bill of Rights further unequivocally states that, I quote, "Everyone has the right to receive education in the official language or languages of their choice in public educational institution," unquote. The delivery of quality education is the task that our government has committed itself to in order to safeguard the future of the nation and redress the imbalances of the past. We appreciate that the legislature has a mandate to play an oversight role over the executive. As guided by the Constitution, we submit that we will always come and account before this august House whenever called upon to do so. The 2021-22 financial year was one of the most challenging years in the history of education in KwaZulu-Natal. The COVID-19 disruptions, civil unrest, and natural disasters placed further strain on the departmental's budget. This calls for the urgent measures and innovations to deal with the serious challenges faced by the department. Through the dedication of learners, educators, parents, departmental officials, social partners, business partners, and all other stakeholders, we're able to rescue the situation and ensure that we deliver on our all mandate. During the reporting period, the department allocated 9.8% of its total expenditure for education to non-personnel items in order to support subsector of education such as public ordinary schools, special schools, and independent schools. This was above the set target of 10.9% for the financial year. The department's performance in this regard demonstrates the positive strides that are being made towards prioritization funds towards the achievement of our core mandate. The matric class of 2021 experienced a number of challenges due to the effects of the COVID-19 as well as the 2021 July civil unrest. This class lost many days of teaching, learning and assessment in their grade 11 year in the year 2020, as well as their grade 12 year in 2021. The grade 12 year in 2021 only started in February as schools were still closed in January due to the second wave. In July, the second term was disrupted by the third wave and the July 2021 unrest. Hence, schools had to close earlier than expected and also opened later. This caused the disruptions to both the teaching, learning and assessment as the second term assessment program had to move to August, leaving a very limited time to prepare for the trial exams in September. To improve learning outcomes in all grades, the department implemented various interventions. One such intervention is the Provincial Academic Improvement Plan, which is yielding positive spin-offs in all grades, especially in grade 12. With the National Senior Certificates, results have been steadily increasing over the past few years. The province of KwaZulu-Natal provided not only the largest number of candidates, but also the biggest number of successful candidates in the 2021 National Senior Certificates examinations. Of the 166.570 candidates who sat for the NCS, 127.990, which is 76% achieved. The pass rate dropped by 0.8% in comparison to the 2020 pass rate. This drop was mainly due to the COVID-19 disruptions to schooling. The province improved the percentage of bachelor passes from the 33.2% in 2020 to 37.1% in 2021. This represents an increase of 3.9%. The number of diploma passes increased from 36,514 in 2020 to 42.128 in 2021. The province was also able to reduce the number of higher certificate passes in favor of better quality passes. KwaZulu-Natal was also able to improve the overall number of distinctions. In performance of schools, of special schools, the province has worked hard to improve the education of learners with learning barriers. The majority of these learners are in special schools. In 2021, 6 special schools obtained 100% pass, 2 obtained between 95% and 96% respectively. 1 obtained 87.5% and another obtained 74%. Honorable members, one of the challenges that we've been experiencing in our special schools is the shortage of bus drivers. Eziningi zezikole zethu zinawo amabhasi okuthutha abantwana kodwa zinengqinamba enkulu yokuthola abashayeli bawo. The department allocation is the major source of funding for most KZN public ordinary schools. Schools are ranked into 5 quantiles, which is quintile 1 to quintile 5, in line with the poverty of the areas in which they are situated. The higher area poverty, the lower the quintile. Quintile 1 to quintile 3 are declared no-fee schools, and quintile 4 and 5 are fee-paying schools. Quintile 1 to 3 are all given the same per learner allocation of 955 per child. Then quintile 4 funded at 522 per child, and quintile can I repeat? Quintile 4 is funded at 522, then quintile 5 at 179 per learner. The no-fee learners currently constitutes 80% of the total population of learner in the KZN public ordinary schools. Whereas according to the national target minimum percentage, they should be at least 65.5%. Thereof, the national minimum percentage for KZN no-fee learners has been exceeded by 14.5%. The total number of learners who benefited from the learner transport in 2021 is 67,000. This includes learners who constitute overloads. Ngenxa yezingqinamba zezimali, umnyango awukwazi ukuthutha bonke abafundi abahamba amabanga akude. Ezikoleni, isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal sinabafundi ababalelwa ku-117,000 abadinga usizo lwesithuthi, kodwa sikwazi ukuthi sibathuthe bonke ngenxa yokusweleka kwezimali. The National School Nutrition Program provides nutrition meals to more than 2 million learners in 5,455 schools throughout the province. This accounts for 83% of learners that benefit from the program, public primary, combined secondary and special schools in the province. As part of promoting economic participation of small business and cooperatives, the program has contracted more than 2,000 service providers comprising of 1.9 SMMEs and 70 cooperatives to supply and deliver food items to participating schools. The National School Nutrition Program also contributed to the improvement of the livelihoods of poor communities through the creation of work opportunities for about 14,000 volunteer food handlers who are recruited from unemployed parents of learners to prepare meals for benefiting learners and are paid a monthly stipend of 1,566 from the conditional grant. Honorable members, the department has shown its commitment to providing access of quality learning and teaching material to learners by funding 3,182 schools, stationery needs, and 4,500 schools textbook needs through central procurement at a cost of 556 million. In addition, a further 333 million was committed to school to undertake the school-based quotations through local suppliers. This process included 2,624 schools for stationery and 1,303 schools for textbook. By day 1 of the 2022 school year, which is the 19th of January 2022, the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education was proud to achieve the LTSM readiness for schools as follows: 100% delivery of grade 1 core material, 99.9% of textbooks. These excluded textbooks which were unattainable from publishers. To ensure that 100% of the required textbooks were made available, schools were requested to choose alternative titles. Oversight visit to school revealed that teaching and learning commenced on the day 1 of the 2022 school year. In attempts to reduce training costs and redirect funds to high-pressure areas, the department introduced the Provincial Academic Improvement Program, which provides in-house training and offers support to learners during the holiday periods. The Academic Improvement Plan focus areas includes total school management systems functionality, effective teaching and learning, early childhood development, tracking and analysis of learners' performance, as well as improvement interventions, arresting performance decline in the NSC examinations, and maintained good performance, linking teaching development to curriculum management and delivery. The plan also delves into the cultivation of promotion of culture of reading with meaning issues of compliance, accountability, and consequence management, as well as incorporating the fourth industrial revolution into curriculum management, leadership, and delivery. The department reported an output of 3,982 public schools that offer grade R. During the reporting period, the department reported that 3,617 practitioners having graduated with an NQF level 6 qualifications, which was above the set target of 2,049 for the financial year. With the migration of the ECD function from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education, 3,381 fully registered ECD centers comprised of 129,000 children accessing the registered ECD centers have been recorded. Whilst the function now officially resides with the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal, the two departments, which is the Department of Education and Social Development, still work together on transitional arrangements. These transitional arrangements inter alia focus on the norms and standards of an ideal ECD center, the curriculum to be offered, the qualification of the ECD practitioners, and also all other related matters. The department is also working hard to institutionalize professional learning committees across the province. These committees offer education opportunities to share experiences and best practices in terms of curriculum delivery to management. They also provide platforms for the interfacing of primary and secondary schools educators in relation to the type of learners that primary schools feed into the secondary schools. A digital skills program, which is aimed at improving teachers' skills in remote teaching and learning, different online learning and teaching tools, and teaching with radio and television, was rolled out in February and in March 2022. Through these programs, through these programs, 1,369 foundation phase teachers were trained. 120 subject advisors from all 12 districts were equipped with the 21st century skills through training on the profession development framework for digital learning in January 2022. During the 2021-2022 financial year, the 33 district teacher development centers and the Provincial Teacher Development Institute were provided with the internet connectivity through a project led by IT. As a result of critical curriculum, ICT integrated programs such as Professional Development Framework for Digital Learning and Model can be rolled out from next year onwards. 24 schools have been provided with school-based connectivity for a period of 3 years. 109 schools were provided with connectivity through the broadband project. However, only 22 out of 109 schools has access to Wi-Fi network. Wi-Fi network deployment is in progress for the rest of the schools. The internet provided to schools through the broadband project is funded by the DCDT for a period of 10 years. A MST teacher support program was implemented to support 452 teachers in content and methodology. 8 MST, which is Mathematics, Science, Technology, Information, Communication, focuses schools were converted into smart schools to effect curriculum integration. Capacity building for 49 information technology officers prepared them to be able to support smart schools and assist during the in-house capacity building for office and schools-based educators. The process of upgrading the KZN Funda e-learning portal has started. 185 grade 11 and 12 learners are participating in the talent department programs with the University Prepare program online learning programs for mathematics as well as physical science. Piloting of coding and robotics has commenced in Amajuba, Uthukela, Zululand, Umkhanyakude, King Cetshwayo, and Pinetown district. In quality management system, this is the performance management system for school-based educators that replaced integrated quality management systems. In total, 83,000 school-based educators were trained on the system. Educators from FET and GET are trained on content and methodology in order to improve their quality on teaching and learning outcomes. Jika Imfundo, on Jika Imfundo, which seeks to provide schools management teams and educators with necessary tools and training needed for professionals and supports a conversation about the curriculum. It's happening. 6,220 SMTs were trained. On infrastructure, during the period under review, the education infrastructure grant was used to maintain ablution facilities in 48 schools. Of these, 31 were completed, 4 are currently under construction, and 7 are at a design stage. As we conclude, Deputy Speaker, the department will continue to work closely with all stakeholders to ensure that teaching and learning takes place in a safe, conducive learning environment. We will forge ahead with the priorities of the education sector to ensure that all learners benefit maximally from the schooling system. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Fraser. We are now moving to item 8.5, the debate on the following first IFP party motion, which reads as follows. This House notes that the amended standing rules of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature state that the AmaZulu king should not be given a guard of honor by the South African Police Services at the official opening of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature, as the salute is not constitutional and that only selected selected dignitaries such as the president can be ushered in with the guard of honor, with the House resolving that to call upon the President, Premier, and Cabinet to add the King's salutation in the ministerial handbook, as this will absolve the government from all accusations that it is undermining course. Will allow Honorable Kwala to take us through to the for 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, we recall that in 2021, the ANC in this August House made a proposal that the king of the AmaZulu nation would no longer be saluted during the official opening of the legislature. According to the ANC's proposal, the salute is against the constitution of the country, as only the premier, ministers, and the president may be saluted, not the king. The king was traditionally saluted by a police guard of honor upon his arrival at the legislature. It is a well-known fact that the salute to the king had been done for years, and even by the erstwhile KwaZulu-Natal government. The IFP fully understands that any institution is governed by laws. In South Africa, there are a wide variety of laws, including laws and rules created by provincial legislatures, national parliament, government departments, and those created by state agencies. This legislature also has its own rules, which are a yardstick for how it should conduct its business. Last year, the KZN legislature embarked upon the process of amending standing rules. The amendment to the standing rules stated that the Rule 9.2, providing for a salute to the king, was unconstitutional. The IFP stated that it was of great concern that for so many years the king's salute was a standing practice but has now been described as unconstitutional. While the IFP notes the new KZN legislature standing rules, it is convinced that the issue of the salute of the Amazulu king cannot be left in its current form. Something needs to be done. As the IFP, we believe the shortcoming in the Constitution can be overcome through the insertion of a clause in the ministerial handbook saying that the king should be saluted. We are further proposing that the National Assembly should be engaged on this matter so that the process of amending the Constitution to accommodate the Zulu king could begin. Therefore, the IFP calls upon the KZN Premier, Honorable Nomsa Dube, as well as the Cabinet, to consider the importance of the King's salute and to ensure that it is added to the ministerial handbook. The IFP has also raised this issue with the former KZN Premier Sihle Zikalala. Further, the IFP would like the police to continue to salute Isilo during traditional events, as had been the case before. Chapter 12 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa accords the institution of traditional leadership the status it deserves. It is important that Isilo is accorded the respect it deserves. The laws and the constitution of this country were drafted by people. We believe that this will not be a difficult task. As a custodian of our culture and heritage, Isilo presides over cultural activities which serve as a basis for the promotion of our strong character and identity as the people of this province. These events stimulate the annual flow of tourists from all over the world and generate much needed job opportunities for the people of this province, especially in rural areas. Further, we recall that during the process, the IFP vehemently objected to the use of the phrase, the monarch may address the legislature, quote unquote. It seems that whenever the government talks about the monarchy or traditional leadership, it uses the word may, quote unquote, instead of the word shall, quote unquote, as it done with other institutions. We felt that the use of the word may was deliberate and undermined our indigenous structures. Further, the IFP was opposed to the repealing Rule 25 and 26, which relate to the election role and functions of parliamentary councillors to the monarch. In the National Assembly, there is a parliamentary councillor. The IFP still maintains that there was no valid reason to delete it from our rules merely because the IFP insisted that two parliamentary councillors, one from the ruling party and one from the opposition, be present to present the legislature when matters of the legislature are tabled before the monarch. As the IFP, we believe that supporting our above-mentioned proposal will absolutely absolve the government from the accusation that it is attempting to undermine and wage war against Isilo and Ubukhosi. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Now Mhloneshwa.
Thank you, Honorable Kora. We are now going to for a debate, starting with Honorable S.A. Duma for 9 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for affording us this opportunity. Greetings to Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mafubelo. Leader of Opposition Party, Portfolio Committee Chairpersons, Presidents, Member of the Executive Committee. Today in this sitting, we will make a brief reflection on the historical significance of the Zulu monarch in the unit of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and also make remarks on the strong relationship between the ANC-led provincial government and the royal household. The Zulu monarch, Honorable Speaker, I think you are all aware on this day, we join the international community in observing the winds of change that are happening across the globe, in particular the changing landscape of the two most dominant monarchs in the globe, that is our own Zulu monarch and the recent passing of the King, the Queen of England, notwithstanding the documented controversies and ambiguities around the British monarch across globe insofar as its leading role in territorial expansion, colonial rule, and imperialism. How far that later shape what is academically in the global geopolitics referred to as the North-South nexus of the world. So I think when we debate such matters, it is critical that we also reflect correctly on history. And the organization called ANC was established in 1912. And in that conference of 1912, one of the donation came from the king, Isilo Sasotho Isilo Dinizulu. He contributed and was later referred and declared as the honorable president of the ANC. Despite the challenging environment surrounding the succession of late Ngonyama King, Mrs. Zulukazulu became the heir presumptive after the death of his father on the 12th March 2021. And we all witnessed his traditional coronation, which took place on the 20th of August 2022. After the king customary entered the Catholic hall in the Ukungena Esibayeni ceremony, King Mrs. Zulu kaBhekuzulu has successfully succeeded uMdlokombane and is now our king. Bayede wena wendlovu. Sisisho-ke isilo-ke ngomlomo waso somlomo ukuthi-ke sasasebenzisa nesithakazelo somuntu wekade sesiteji ukuthi siyabonga Mthombeni Mduma ukuthi sisebenza kahle nohulumeni wakho. So sicabanga ukuthi umuntu uyezwa ukuthi sikuphi kahle kahle nesilo, sikuphi nendaba endlunkulu, sikuphi nalolu daba, and sisuka kuphi nalo as well. Our Zulu kingdom has been blessed to have the throne of 9 successive kings reigning on the throne. For the benefit of members who may not be conversant with this history, the first king was Ilembe leQamanyamalembe, Khalipha, King Shaka kasenza ngakhona, King Dingane kasenza ngakhona, King Mpande kasenza ngakhona, King Cetshwayo kaMpande. Those 4 kings of our nation, honorable members, battling extraordinary wars advanced by imperial and colonial interests. On their shoulders rested resistance wars of conquest by the British and the Boer settlers, which led to some famous wars, as we've already mentioned, like the Battle of Sandwand. It was on the days that the struggle of battles of King Dinuzulu kaCetshwayo, the 5th king of Zulu monarch, that the ANC, which was then called the South African National Native Congress, began to interface with the Zulu monarch on a more intense, strategic and guided relationship which exists until today. Before his untimely death from his illness in 18 October 1913, the same year of the infamous Evil Land Act of 1913, King Dinuzulu inspired a generation of leaders of that time. Those he inspired are his contemporaries, are the founders of the ANC, as we've already highlighted, Honorable Speaker. They founded the ANC a year before his demise. As a king of the Zulu nation, his contemporaries identify with his struggles, such as when he was sentenced and jailed in December 1889. The ANC in its constitution states that its aims and objectives are to unite all the people of South Africa, Africans in particular, for the complete liberation of the country from all forms of discrimination and national oppression, to end apartheid in all form and transformation in South Africa as rapidly as possible into a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic country based on the principle of the Freedom Charter and in pursuit of NDR. These noble ideals and vision of the ANC do not emerge out of vacuum, Honorable Speaker. These ideas were also inspired from real and concrete lived experience of oppression under the monarch was not an exempt term at times to be undertaken during the expansion wars. The ANC and the Zulu monarch consolidated the resistance English and Boer exploitation and land exploitation activities in the bitter wars. In his book, The 8 Kings from Shaka to Goodwill Zwelithini, John Lambert writes to the hardship King Dinuzulu went through before he was elected lifetime president of the ANC. We've already highlighted in January 1894, the liberation government agreed to Dinuzulu's pardon and repatriation. But just as King Cetshwayo's return to Zululand in 1893 had been delayed by the intervention of the Natal KwaZulu government, so as towards Dinuzulu to make matters worse, this time the British government had to make more account of settler settlement in Natal at that particular time. Why we're highlighting this, Honorable Speaker, is that ours is not a lip service. Ours is not just an artificial expression of what must be done. We have a nice and a tangible history of what has been, and we have been intertwining together. And it is the reality that has been known, and it is going to continue for the time immemorial. We've been servicing that in our 110 years as liberation movement. The ANC has pages of history. When we were led by the Inkosi Traditional House President Luthuli was a chief, a priest, a teacher, and a community work. His traditional roots center the ANC right at the center of the traditional leadership before the dawn of democracy. The ANC as a national liberation movement and the lead of the society demonstrated in the leadership of President Luthuli that the House of Traditional Leadership is central to the life and blood of the ANC. We and the ANC were born and founded on the wisdom of men of the cloth and the House of Traditional Leadership. President Pixliki Seme, an intellectual and close confidant in the Zulu monarch, is a great example on the cohabitation of the ANC and the House of Traditional Leadership in KwaZulu-Natal, both intellectual and on principle. Seme was very close to the Zulu and Swazi royal families. This is primarily symbolized by his marriage to Mama Phikisile Harriet Dinuzulu, the daughter of the then King Dinuzulu, and to Lozinja, daughter of Swazi King Umbanzeni. Even Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi agreed with these sentiments. The elder statement whom we as the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal have recently wished him birthday, that he has served in the ANC, served under President Luthuli, served with President Oliver Tambo. The people of KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa knows that reality. This is enough history that the apartheid and after 1994 democratic breakthrough of the mutual respect and core work between the ANC as an organization as well as in government with traditional leadership. On the years and on several occasions, former President Madiba will come and visit Amakhosi at that particular time. The latest Silo Samabandla, Onke Inkosi Zwelithini, Kabheka Zulu, as well as other leadership of the ANC will come to time and visit Ubholi and consolidate a strategy. And the issue of the inception of a house of Yamakhosi was established on that bedrock. The NC's first and last line of defense against the attacks of Ingonyama Trust, which is under the custodianship of monarch. This we do not with understanding that a kingdom is a kingdom because there are people and there is territorial land. Without the people of KwaZulu-Natal and the land of the king, there is no kingdom. The ANC understand this principle. Towards close, Honorable Speaker, it is painful, Honorable Members, to say this last point, that the ANC is at great pains at time when it has to rebuke one political party when it failed to separate between the traditional role and responsibility towards the Zulu monarch and that of political nature. Honorable Members, while we highly esteem the role that has been played in the recent succession of the throne, we must be mindful that isizwe saKwaZulu-Natal sisengaphansi kwesimo sokuthi fanele sibekezelelane, kufanele sikhumbuzane. Ngiyafisa nje ukuthi ngimbonge kwakhona umhlonishwa ngokusivezela into enkulu kangaka, and siyafisa ukuthi sisebenze eduzane nje ukuthuthukisa isizwe ngoba izwe laKwaZulu-Natal njengazo zonke izizwe and isizwe sakaZulu sakhiwa kwaze kwabhina kuphuma nemphefumulo. So siyafisa ukuthi mase kwakhiwa uxolo sikhumbule nje ukuthi-ke awuthi uma usofuna uxolo, uma usofuna ukubala izidumbu. Siyafisa ukuthi sonke senze uhlelo ukuthi asibuyele eceleni, sibeke inhliziyo zethu eceleni, senze umsebenzi. ANC isebenzisana kahle kakhulu nobukhosi. Siyabonga somlomo.
Thank you, Honorable Duma. We are now going to receive a speaker from the IFP, Honorable N.J. Nkwanyana, for 10 minutes.
Angithokoze somlomo. As the IFP, we are not shy and we are not unapologetic about our stance that His Majesty the King must be accorded a respect he deserves. Simile ekutheni udaba lokuthi isilo sishayelwe indesheni uma sizovula isishayamthetho ngumbutho wamaphoyisa kufanele kungene umthetho sisekelo wezwe. Uma lokhu kungenzeki kobe kuchaza ukuthi uhulumeni weqembu elibusayo usengayizimithiyo uma ethi uyasithanda futhi uyasihlonipha isilo. Futhi lokhu kuzobe kuchaza ukuthi isilo senziwa umuntukazana ezweni laso kanye nokubukela phansi isizwe samaZulu sonkana. The IFP maintain that all of us, if we love and respect the king, we must support the IFP motion that the king must be saluted. Siyazi-ke ukuthi ngeke iqembu lenkatha sizothukwa sicokufulwe ngokuthi sihlose ukuzizuzisa ngokuzepolitiki, kodwa sisebenzisa igama lesilo. Kodwa iqiniso lithi siyakholelwa ekutheni isilo kufanele sihlonishwe ngendlela efanele uma sivula isishayamthetho. Simelene nokuthi kube undunankulu kuphela okufanele ahlonishwe umbutho wamaphoyisa uma kuvulwa isishayamthetho, kodwa isilo sona sibukelwe phansi. We believe that if the Premier fails to pursue this matter, it will be a clear indication that she is against the king and that the current government is undermining traditional leaders, just as the apartheid regime had done. The practice of saluting the king has been done for several years, but now the ANC says it is unconstitutional. Traditional leaders are our culture's mobile museum and should be treasured and given the respect they deserve, regardless of their age or history. Traditional leaders play a crucial role in making sure there was a peace and harmony within rural communities where the majority of people live. As the IFP, we believe that supporting our above-mentioned proposal will help the government from accusation it is attempting to undermine and wage war against Isilo and Ubukhosi. I think we must all learn to salute the king all the time and give respect he deserves. Even in the Bible, there are amakhosi like Solomon and David ababehlonishwa, besaluthwa, benikwa inhlonipho okuyiyona yona ngaso sonke isikhathi baziwa ukuthi bamakhosi. Then why not our king ukuthi yona inkosi yethu yesizwe ingabutholi lokho inhlonipho efana naleyo? As the IFP, we believe that concrete conclusion on this matter is needed. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Now let's receive a speaker from the DA, Honorable Rogers, for 8 minutes.
Yabulela Somlom. You know, Speaker, this legislature has a rules committee, and parties represented in this legislature had all the opportunity to engage on the proposed amendments in the rules and to make inputs through writing, through verbal representation, and to consult with the respective parties. Now, the Inkatha Freedom Party has brought this matter up as a debate, but they were in fact part of the Rules Committee. And when this particular issue arose about the king, they decided they'd leave the meeting. They weren't going to get their way, and they walked out and left the meeting. I must be honest, Speaker, the DA therefore finds it both opportunistic and hypocritical for the IFP now to bring this motion to a debate. The IFP failed to debate this issue in the correct platform. Yet now it wants to grandstand in this House to gain, I don't know, public sympathy, using the monarch as a political pawn to achieve some political agenda. This is nothing other than a cheap shot. Political parties in this House, or let me rephrase, certainly some of the political parties in this House, need to stop using the king or any parts of the royal household as a platform to try and score political points. it's divisive, and it's opportunistic. This particular motion opens up unnecessary public debate and adds to the confusion surrounding the role of the monarch. The IFP is trying to score cheap political points, nothing more. And this is not going to work. The IFP needs to stop behaving as if it's the sole custodian of the Zulu monarch, as though it owns the king of the IFP. The king belongs to the Zulu nation, not the IFP, nor the ANC, nor the DA. He is the king of the Zulus. And all parties in this house should respect and recognize the king. It was interesting to hear Honorable Duma talk about the British monarch that just passed away. And you'll see that political parties don't go around grandstanding with ugogo that's shonile. They don't do that. If the IFP was truly committed to the king's best interest, then, Honourable Speaker, today's debate should have centred around the sustainability of the monarch and the royal household. What we should have been discussing and debating is how our province could assist in building the tourist potential around the king and the Zulu nation. It should be about building an international profile, one that the province should be proud of. It should also have been about how to assist the royal household in building a commercial enterprise around agriculture, developing a model of self-sustainability around the king and the royal household. That's, if we feel so passionate about our king, then that's what we should be discussing. The DA supported the amendment, Speaker, to the Standing Rules and Orders, and it's simply for the following reasons. The amendments are principally based on current legislation and the legality of the event, which is clear and unambiguous that the salute in its present format is unconstitutional. The IFP's own motion notes the fact that the salute to the king is not constitutional and that only selected dignitaries should be treated with a guard of honor. It is the IFP that is undermining ubukhosi, not the amendment made by the Rules Committee, passed and in fact adopted by the majority of this House. Our Constitution is a living document and it can be and will be amended at times. The IFP is represented in the National Assembly at the relevant legislature arm that can make any proposed amendments to the Constitution. It is for that reason that during the deliberation, all parties agreed that if the IFP feels so strongly about the salute, it should make a proposal in Parliament to amend the Constitution. The current motion before the House, in fact, calls for the Premier and her Cabinet to undermine the current Constitution by adding the salutation to the Ministerial Handbook. That the IFP no longer speaking up and calling for the amendments of the rules is proof that it recognizes that there's no provision for a salute within them. The IFP has clearly shown its own agenda, which involves driving a particular narrative. In this case, it is to call for something that is not possible in a desperate attempt to remain relevant while trying to portray itself that it's the only party that cares about the Zulu nation. The Democratic Alliance respects and will continue to support the king, as we have always done. We will not, however, support anything that seeks to undermine the Constitution of our country. Honourable Speaker, it should be a joyous occasion for us, as this coming Saturday will see the King, Misizulu Zweletini, host his first annual redance, Mkosi Wumhlanga. The DA extends its best wishes to His Majesty on this important occasion, along with our prayers for the safety of the many maidens who will undertake the journey to KwaNongoma eNyokeni. Ndiyabulela Somlo.
Thank you from the DA. Now we move to the speaker from the EFF, Honorable A.V. Khoza, for 6 minutes. Honorable Khoza, are you available? Honorable Khoza, are you available? Ungathi isiziba si. Okay, we are going to continue and receive a speaker from the ANC, Honorable S. Ihlomuga, for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to your good self. Greetings to honorable members who are part of this debate in this August House. Deputy Speaker, we rise in this debate inspired by the greater history of the Zulu nation, who were the first African nation to defeat the British army in the Battle of Isandlwana. Informed by the rich history of this great nation, the liberation movement, African National Congress, draw a lesson and courage to wage the struggle for freedom and democracy in this country. The undisputed history of the relationship between the African National Congress and the Zulu royal family date back of the days of the King Dinizulu, as the ANC chairperson Mtombeni alluded on that, who was exiled inside Helen, the King Dinizulu, who was visited by many leaders of the African National Congress and supported by the struggle for freedom of the ANC. There are a number of historic events that bind the African National Congress as a liberation movement and the Zulu royal family. Central to this is the fact that the African National Congress is founded by the traditional leaders and the religious leaders. So, Deputy Speaker, akekho umuntu ozothi we don't respect amakhosi, because the African National Congress was founded by the traditional leaders. As the chair of the ANC, the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism, have alluded the role that have been played by the traditional leaders in the ANC. The leadership of the ANC in this province remain committed to building a strong relationship with the institution of traditional leadership. It is known fact that the current leadership is in constant consultation with His Majesty, and we also appreciate the wise counsel by His Majesty on the matters of leadership, governance, and self-delivery. But not only this current leadership of the ANC, even the previous leadership of the ANC have been working close with the King and the royal family in KwaZulu-Natal. A number of with the royal house, with the royal family, and on also the king. It is known fact, Deputy Speaker, that we are going to continue to support His Majesty and the royal family. Even the former Premier of KZN, Honorable Zigalala, in his previous speech, have been alluded and been assisting the royal family. It is not true Ukuthi this government is not assisting, is undermining the royal household, or is undermining the king. As we're debating here in this August House, this government is working with the royal house in making sure that the annual red dance this coming weekend is successful, which shows that we have a good relationship and we are supporting the royal household and we are also supporting the king. This showed the commitment that this government are willing to support the Royal House in all programs that seek to build the nation and build the social cohesion. It is this ANC, Deputy Speaker, led government that decided that the king should preside over the opening of KwaZulu-Natal legislature. It cannot be correct, Deputy Speaker, to have others teaching us now how we must treat our king, because when they have been given opportunities, they fail to do so. We have sustained this practice until today. So abantu banikezwa i-opportunity and bahluleka ukuhlonipha iking, bahluleka ukusupporta i-royal household. So we're not going to be told by them and be told by them ukuthi fanele senze kanjani. King Mrs. Zulu kaZwelithini is our king and we respect him. We view this motion as one of the motions that want to draw or want to take the king, Mrs. Zulu kaZwelithini, to a center of political discourse. If the AFP respect the king enough, it should guard against making the king a subject of the political debate, because the king is a king of everyone. The chairperson, the matter that is being debated here is a matter that's being engaged and discussed with the police management. As the previous speakers, they have already alluded to that. We remain hopeful that we will be able to find a common ground without deviating from the known norm during the opening of the legislation. The rule must be treated as rules, but beyond the rules, there is the unwritten norms that this democratic legislature and the government has developed, informed by engagement in this province. The position has been taken by the police that there is a clear guide on who the police must salute. However, it does not prohibit saluting someone who is not in that list. This is a matter that will be subject to engagement between ourselves and the Minister of Police, and also engage the national government to ensure that we incorporate correct clauses so that we'll comply with the salute of the king. As the ANC, we wish to reaffirm the strategic role played by His Majesty, the King, and the Zulu royal family, and will continue to work with the King and the royal family. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay. We are now going to receive a speaker from the NFP for 2 minutes. Honorable Shinga.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, distinguished guests and viewers. I-National Freedom Party iyakholelwa futhi iyabuhlonipha ubuholi bendabuko, ikakhulukazi obakwaZulu, obungunomthebe wazo zonke izizwe nefagugu lesizwe. Okunye akudingi ipolitiki, kudinga ubuntu nenhlonipho nokuzigqaja. The Zulu monarchy represents every corner of South African Republic and is uniquely placed to reflect and share in the nation's deep sense of moral regeneration and loss. We need not to deviate from our customs, norms, and practices and standards that the KZN legislature and subs were doing and practicing the guard of honor for the past years. So why there is a sudden change, and we cannot squander or hide our agendas of undermining of ubukhosi using the constitution. The king's salutation must be put or added in the ministerial handbook, which would not only acquit the administration of any allegations of undermining ubukhosi, but will also strengthen the ties with the royal house. The salutation of the kings or queens of a country of a king in this case does not only acknowledge the monarch as the head of the province, but also preserves the dignity of the royal house in parliament. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Shingo.
Thank you. Now let's take the speaker from the minority front, Honorable Chakarash Mansi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Minority Front unconditionally supports the IFP motion as the MF is not in the Rules Committee. It is true that South Africa is not a constitutional monarchy like Britain, but a constitutional democracy. Yet we choose those specific parts of colonialism to keep and which not to keep, notwithstanding the fact when the English and Boers were fighting the Zulus kings were always mentioned in our history books. The Zulu monarch always existed. There are paintings and artifacts of the Isselwarner War and battlefield in the Royal Regiment of Wales. Repatriation of some of these are for another debate. Hence, South Africa does have traditional monarchs, and we must all be proud of our cultural past and present. It is a height of hypocrisy that this Honourable House is patriotic to the late Her Majesty the Queen of England, but gave no thought to dishonouring the Amazulu King by amending the standing rules of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature so that there is no guard of honour for him by the South African Police Service at our official opening. This rule of honouring the monarch existed. The king is a king for all the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and we as honourable members have a duty to correct the wrongs of the past. The Minority Front will always support the cultural heritage of our people, and His Majesty the Amazulu King must be saluted as our chief guest when officially opening the legislature annually. Therefore, the MF strongly supports the inclusion of the King's salutation in the ministerial handbook and calls for a constitutional change to regularize this. Thank you.
Tigris, donkey Tigris, Dango.
Thank you. Now we can move. It's supposed to move to ATM. There's an apology. ACDP.
Greeting you, Speaker, in the name of Christ. We as ACDP, as other parties, we also feel that it is important to respond and salute the King, which has been always happening for the number of years. If there is any rule or law that prevent that, whether it is here provincially or nationally, we need to correct that, following the proper rules of correcting that, because monarchy gitina means a lot. Honorable Duma usho izinto eziningi ezinhle ezenziwa ubukhosi bethu bakwaZulu. Ngakho-ke kufanele kube khona nathi njengephalamende laKwaZulu-Natal esikwenzayo ukubona ukuthi kuyalungiseka uma kukhona lapho ukubhekiseka khona. We think that the guide of honor should remain in respect and appreciation for their hard work over the years that they have done. We are cognizant of it not being constituted. However, it had been happened for all of these years. Ukuthi bekwenza kanjani ukuthi yenzeke all these years kanti phambene nomthetho. Mhlambe akulungiswe lokho ngoba kungasho ukuthi thina senza into esingathokozile ngayo njengamaZulu. We support the motion. We support it very well. Thank you.
Amen. Bundis.
We're now going to have a speaker from the ANC. Honorable Taluza.
Honorable Speaker,
Babum Velas. I'm actually disappointed ukuthi Honorable Manqele ubuza ukuthi bekwenziwa kanjani all along. I assume or presume that the honorable member was part of us when we were actually debating this matter, when we were amending the rules committee. Now he comes here and asks the very same question that has been responded to. So kuyangiphoxa ngempela Bishop wami ukuthi you are taking us back. I expect it from the IFP, but not from your good self. Honorable Speaker, once again, we stand here forced to remind the IFP of the oath that we took when we joined this House, that we committed to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, and that we will obey, observe, uphold, and maintain the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. We must continue to remind the IFP of this oath whenever they want us to venture into taking illegal and unconstitutional resolutions. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to correct the mischievous and incorrect statement that has been said by Honorable Gwala when he says that the ANC brought this issue of removing the then Rule 9(2) of the standing rules. La ngiphuma khona-ke mina kaGqwathaza somlomo ngakhuliswa ukuthi umuntu omdala akushiwo ukuthi unamanga. Kodwa iqiniso ukuthi okushiwo umhlonishwa uGwala kuphambene neqiniso. The chair of the Rules Committee indicated to the committee ukuthi there has been a legal advice that indicated the illegality of the rule that spoke to the salute. The ANC supported the correcting of the rules in accordance to the Constitution. Ngiyazi ukuthi kulula ukusola ANC, especially when your intention is nothing but that of using the royal house for cheap political scores. We must equally remind the chief whip of the IFP that when we agreed that the monarchy may address the house, it was in an understanding that we can't be instructive to the monarchy. Asikwazi ukubatshela mhlonishwa uGwala. That is why we said may. It's simple English. Because uma ngabe sesibadimanda sesiba-instructor ukuthi abeze nini kwi-house, we would be instructing the monarch, which is something that we do not believe is correct. Hence, we agreed to use the word may as the African National Congress. Honorable Speaker, the IFP continues to prove how much it disregards the Constitution of this country. When we change the standing rules, we emphasize that we do so only because we could not ignore the legal opinion that spoke to the legality of Rule 9(2) of the time of the standing rules. I must, however, remind the IFP that when given the opportunity to speak on this issue, and when the House was busy with rule amendment, they failed to constructively debate and convince the Rules Committee, and also failed to convince the House and on why we should continue keeping an unconstitutional rule. They felt, when this matter was brought to this House, the IFP couldn't bring a constructive debate as to why we must keep this rule in accordance to the Constitution. Inkatha forgot that you can't bring common sense in an educated debate as they were doing, and ironically, they continue to do so. The IFP had an opportunity to use the Rules Committee when the matter of the salute was debated, but they failed. Now they want to grandstand and bringing this as a motion. Kuyoze kube yinini inkathi sebenzisa indlunkulu ukulwa izimpi zepolitiki. I am not surprised, though, that the IFP wants this House to note a motion that goes against our standing rules and the Constitution. The matter of the salute can't be corrected in the ministerial handbook, but can be done through the national standing orders of SAPS and must equally be done in accordance to the Constitution of the Republic. Honorable Gwala. Honorable Speaker, we are not a federal state. We have one constitution which applies to all citizens. And there is no special dispensation for the province, for any province, including the province of KwaZulu-Natal. KwaZulu-Natal can't be an exception, honorable members. The ANC understands that the Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic, and that the law and conduct inconsistent with it is invalid. But we are here again, forced by the IFP that has no regard of the Constitution, forced by the IFP that continues to use the royal household for cheap and populist political scoring. The royal household does not belong to one party, and for the first time I agree with Honorable Rogers. It does not belong to one party, honorable members. Njengoba inkatha isizenza abakhulumeli basendlunkulu. Ukuba inhloso yenkatha bekungeyona ukuxova. Ngabe yamlalela usomlomo mhla esiyalela ukuthi we must take this matter to our respective caucuses in the National Parliament. Uma ingakwenzanga lokho i-IFP, this motion is nothing but the continuous grandstanding that will only further divide isizwe samaZulu. Ngiyafisa ukwazi ukuthi izotholani inkatha ngokuxova isizwe samaZulu. I really wish to know, because the continuous speaking around this matter is nothing but grandstanding, but that seeks to divide amaZulu as a nation. I wonder what is the intention of the IFP. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, I want to categorically state that we respect the royal household as the ANC, as we have throughout the years enjoyed good working relations with the royal house. We have not only done so through words, but also through action as per the work that continues to be done by the ANC-led government working with the royal house. Baningi ababefisa ukuthi sigxamkele ezindabeni zasendlunkulu. Kodwa ukhongolose ngoba uyayihlonipha indlunkulu. It refused to use indlunkulu for cheap political scoring. And we are still refusing to do so even today. We support the king and we will continue to do so without involving politics, njengoba kwenza inkatha. Honorable Speaker, I am glad that when I joined a political organization, I joined the ANC that speaks against all forms of racial segregation, including speaking out against tribalism. Ngiyafisa njengoba kade ngike ngasho ukuthi yini inhloso yenkatha. Why is it hell-bent in isolating the Zulu king from the rest of the country? Why is the IFP afraid to take this matter to National Parliament where it belongs? If this was a genuine call by the IFP would today be telling this House what it has done from the time we debated the rules when the Speaker instructed all of us to take this matter to our respective caucuses in the National Parliament. The IFP would be saying today that there has been a motion that has been paused by the IFP in the National Assembly so that we are then able to correct what they are indicating is wrong. But they are grandstanding as they are normally doing and bringing this matter solely to divide isizwe samaZulu and nothing more. And they only do it whenever the IFP fails to debate, they take the matter to the media, as they did. When they failed to debate in the Rules Committee, IFP yagijima endabeni. When the IFP failed to debate in the House, simply because they knew that the matter can't be debated ngendlela abafisa ngayo. It can't be debated in isolation of ensuring that it is in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic. Now correct that. Correct the Constitution so that the standing orders of the South African Police Service speaks to the issue of the salute. But we want the IFP to tell us what has it done from the time that the Speaker said, take it to your caucus. Nothing. You have not done it. You have not brought that matter to your own caucus in the National Assembly. But today you want us to come and debate Niyakova. Nothing else, Niyakova. Nikovisizwe samaZulu that is already having challenges. Instead of uniting isizwe samaZulu, you want to bring matters that continue to divide. And the ANC, we are not going to grandstand and salute that. No ways. We will continue to fight for ensuring that the Constitution of the Republic protectwa, hlonishwa, including in this House. And that is why we agree with the sentiments that has been said by the provincial chair of the ANC. And Thank you, Somlomo Baba.
Let's hear a response to the party motion. Honorable Kwara for 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to commend all the honorable members who have participated in the debate. Their contributions are appreciated. We are humbled by the support of other parties in this House. Inasmuch as we may adopt different views on the matter at hand, it is important to acknowledge the overarching belief among us all that being the fact that the role of traditional leadership is important and it must be accorded the respect it deserves. Traditional leadership is an institution that has developed over hundreds of, and if not thousands of years in Africa. It is an institution that reminds us that we as African people are descended from the great kings and queens of the soil. It is on this basis that Chapter 12 of the Constitution accords recognition to the institution of traditional leadership. The chapter deals with the status and the role of traditional leadership. It operates as a framework that entrusts traditional leaders with the custodianship of customs and traditions and to provide traditional guidance to their respective communities. Based on our deliberation here, it is clear that we all share similar perceptions that Isilo, as much as the king, must be respected and accorded necessary esteem he deserved. But it's amazing that today the ANC and the DA speak with forked tongues as it rejects our proposal. The ANC KZN chairperson, Siboniso Duma, and other members of the party's provincial executive committee were among the throngs of people who last month traveled to Nongoma in northern KZN to pledge their loyalty to King Misuzulu KwaZulu-Natal during Ungenisbayeni ceremony. The ANC has proven that it is hypocritical when it says that it respects His Majesty the King. Therefore, to prove that the government must consider the importance of the IP's proposal with regard to the salute of the Amazulu King, now the responsibility lies with the KZN provincial government, in particular the Premier Honorable Nomsa Dube, to pursue this matter with the national government and national parliament. If the Premier believes that Isilo must be respected, she must take the necessary action to ensure that this dream is realized. Isala kutshelwa ke sibona ngomopho kubekanike nidazinkanti cha asiphumele nje obala sisho ukuthi asiphumanga ngoba sesehlulekile nje ukuba sibeke amaphuzu ethu, kodwa kwase kucaca ukuthi impela sekuvunyelwene ukuthi Isilo sichithwe ngendlela esichithwa ngayo kule ndlu ukuba sihlonishwe abantu. The IFP takes an exception to Honorable Duma, implying that the IFP is using the monarch to fulfill its political ends. The IFP exists in its own right and shall never use the monarchy to fulfill its political objectives. We can equally say the same to the Honorable Rogers for his politicking on such a sensitive matter. Such an attack by him to the IFP is unwarranted, but we are not surprised, especially because we know a long time that the DA is always in a political metamorphosis, even during the time when we are writing when we wrote the constitution of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We were just like this and will never change. We want to put it on record, Honorable Duma, as we have always done before, that the IFP is fully committed to peace and stability to our province. We are willing to cooperate with whoever who is committed to peace in our province. We hope that the ANC is genuinely committed to achieve peace and stability in our province and in our country, and will always cooperate uma singase sibe nokubambisana sikwazi ukushintsha isimo saKwaZulu-Natal. Kodwa ke lo honorable member kade ekhuluma la egibela phezu kwe-IFP, cha angifuni ukuthi ungene kakhulu kuyona ngoba kusadinga ukuthi mhlambe selikhulume nakwenye i-level, not in this house. I thank you.
Which brings us to the end of this debate. Now, next item, which is the debate on the conferral of a final and a voting mandate on the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill, B318/2020. I'll call upon the chairperson of Agriculture on the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill, Honorable Sibiza. 5 minutes.
Kalo bengisacela ungivumele ngingayisebenzisi i-video. Ngibanjwe ngumkhuhlane manje ngesaba ukuthi ngase kwenzeke ezinye izinto.
Aye.
Uyangivumela Somlo?
Kunjalo.
Ngiyabonga. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in terms of Section 424 of the Constitution, the National Council of Provinces represents provinces to ensure that provincial interests are considered in the national sphere of government by participating in the national legislative process. The Sectional Titles Amendment Bill, which is a Section 76 bill in terms of the Constitution, was referred to the Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee in terms of Rule 259, subsection 1. In turn, the legislature is, in terms of Section 118 of the Constitution, compelled to facilitate the public involvement in the legislative process of the legislature and its committees. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend certain definitions of the Principal Act and various technical sections of the Principal Act as indicated in the bill and the report that we are tabling today. I would like to request honorable members to read the bill and this report that we are tabling so that they understand the intentions of the amendments. I will not go through all the objects of the bill to save your time, Honorable Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the committee held a special meeting on the 8th of June 2022 to receive a briefing from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in terms of Rule 260, subsection 1. The committee then resolved to hold a further workshop on the Principal Act as the bill was technical and there was a need to better understand the Act that informed the amendments, which was held on the 11th of June 2022. The committee then resolved to hold 7 public hearings, which clustered all the 11 districts to avoid being challenged for poor consultation as it happened in the Lamusa matter. Further, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Management Committee and support staff of the committee held a public hearing with the Provincial Spluma Forum, which consisted of all relevant stakeholders within the built environment sector on the 7th of July 2022 in order to ensure extensive consultation. The committee then conducted the 7 public hearings starting on the 30th of June at Balito, Ebandla Hotel, clustering at eThekwini and Ilembe district, followed by Hipbadin on the 2nd of July in Port Shepstone, which clustered Uku and Herigwala district. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, the relevant stakeholders that were invited for this engagement did not attend the hearing, and it was cancelled. On the 9th of July, we were in Newcastle, Black Rock Conference Center, and that engagement was followed by the one that was held on the 12th July at Black Horse Conference Center in Vryheid, which clustered Zululand and Mzinyati district. On the 13th July, we were in Mkhanyakude district at Ujozini Tiger Lodge Conference Center. 15th July, we were at King's Echuayo district in Richards Bay. And 16th July, we were at Escort Conference Center in Pietermaritzburg, where we met Mkungundlovu and Umzinyati district. And the closing dates for return submissions was the 16th of July 2022 at 1600. The public hearings on the bill were widely advertised in the KwaZulu-Natal legislature website, the print media, Witness, Daily News, Isolezo, Sunday Times, and Ilanga newspapers. Copies of the bill were also distributed to all municipal districts and were also made available during the hearings. As expected, Honorable Speaker, a lot of questions and concerns were posed during these sessions, mainly relating to all other pieces of legislation that are land-related and under review by the department, in particular those related to security of tenure, the Communal Property Associations, Ingonyama Trust Board, and Restitution of Land Rights Act. Generally, the stakeholders who attended the hearing supported the bill in its current state. Only 5 written submissions from the stakeholders
Thank you,
were
Honorable
received.
Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. All parties supported the bill as it was tabled by the National Department. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to Honorable H.G.S. Mavimbela for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, over the years, we have seen a rise in the number of sectional title schemes. Research shows that there are currently well over 700,000 sectional title homes in the country, estimated to house more than 6 million people. In November 2020, the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development introduced amendment to the Sectional Title Act 95 of 1986 to the National Assembly. It is important to note that the Sectional Title Amendment Bill 2020 does not affect body corporate lending environmental at all, since none of the proposed amendment is targeted at any of the entrenched security provision for the lenders to bodies corporate. For various reasons, many of our people are living in sectional title houses, some due to economic reason, while others it is for comfort and safety. The reviewal of the laws governing these types of ownership is imperative in order to ensure that we strike a balance between protecting investment of developers and ensuring that the rights of people who live there are protected. As the African National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal, ours is to ensure that at all times we are guided by the Freedom Charter, which states that, as I quote, "There shall be houses, security and comfort. All people shall be entitled to take part in the administration of the country. The rights of the people shall be the same regardless of race, color or sex. All bodies of minority rule, advisory boards, councils and authorities shall be replaced by democratic organs of self-government." As the government
governing party, it is important that we continue to review some of the laws which were done by the apartheid government. Most importantly, if these laws still do not serve the interest of our people. As the party which believes in democracy, it is important that we get to ensure that people are given the opportunity to have their say in all amendments which affect their communities. Honorable members, through public consultation we made across the country to educate people and ensure that everyone who lives in a sectionally title complex understand how this bill will affect them. After all, as the ruling party, ours is to ensure that the land shall be shared among those who work it. In the ANC manifesto delivered last year, the ruling party redistributed 8.3 million hectares of land over the last 25 years to beneficiaries and provided agricultural support and assistance to small businesses and cooperatives. Over and above this, our President of the country, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, committed to 1. Fast-track land reform and rural development. 2. Continue to upgrade informal settlement and counter urban sprawls as it increases the amount of time and cost of traveling. 3. Ensure communities are located on a well-situated land. 4. Change current land use approach, including municipal land using zoning, so that they can accommodate the better integration of housing, recreation facilities, and economic activities. Link rural areas to urban markets and non-farm sectors, including making land. 5. Amend and repeal restrictive municipal bylaws on trading, land use, urban production of crops, etc. Honorable members, over the past 28 years, we have made a lot of progress in improving the lives of our people in communities. We have seen many of our friends and families leaving their homes to migrate to cities, with many living in these sectional title flats and township houses. This bill will ensure that we address the injustices of the past and to ensure that as the country we update and put the needs of our communities first. As I conclude, I want to quote the former president, Ubaba Thabo Mbeki, when he said, and I quote, "South Africa has faced many problems in the past. You would understand those problems if you understood the history of the struggle to get rid of the apartheid and the struggle to establish democracy." And close quote. It is for this reason, honorable members, that as we move forward, we fix the problems of the past while building better communities for all. Njengabantu bakwaZulu-Natal, no African National Congress, we support the bill. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Let's move to the speaker from the IFP, Honorable T.J. Kumete.
Thank you, Speaker. Although my camera doesn't want to open, but I'll speak anyway. It's not opening, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the leadership of the opposition and all honorable members. This act, which is very prone to amendments, just aims at...
Excuse me, Honorable Kumete.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just find it hard to believe that it can open.
Honorable Speaker, the last time I'm on the camera right now. I'm pressing on it. It doesn't come on. And the last time I had the same problem and I had to go to the IT people they couldn't correct this problem, but they did while we were speaking online, if you recall.
Okay, we'll continue. We'll find out. We'll try to follow up what happened.
Should I continue, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The Act, which is very prone to amendments, just aims at dividing buildings and sections and common property and acquisition of separate ownership or joint ownership in common property, transfers and registration of sectional mortgage bonds. As the report has stated, extensive public meetings were taken, but noticeable, more people who are property holders never attended these meetings. Also noticeable was a lot of questions were not directed to this amendment bill, but were directed at Ingonyama Trust, Restitution of Land Rights Act, and other land laws. Then that leaves us to think that maybe we're not doing enough to inform our people about these laws. The IFP then decided that it will support this amendment bill because mostly it's more of a compliance and a technical thing than a political matter. We support the bill, but it's still going to come back to us, Honorable Speaker, because KZN also had inputs in the amendment of that bill, which is still going to go to the select committee and then to a board, and then might come back to us again for I don't know what to call it, to re-debate it or to realign it to the needed amendment. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the next speaker from the DA, Honorable Robbie.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Honourable Speaker, fellow honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. The Democratic Alliance is satisfied that the Legislature and the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has done its due diligence in the form of public participation, seeking a legal opinion, and stakeholder engagement, and thus fulfilled its mandate. The amendments in the bill seek to tighten the definitions and technical aspects of the current legislation, which the Honourable Sipitla Sapeta has reported on, some of which are the developer now having to answer questions put to him or her by agents of the lessees, to provide for amendment of sectional plans with regards to exclusive use areas, to provide for an amendment and or cancellation of a sectional plan if ordered by the court, to provide for a lease of part of common property with consent by the registered holders, to provide for filing of replacement documentation if original documentation is lost or destroyed, and to regulate membership of the Sectional Titles Regulations Board. This among other points. During the numerous engagements held, there were many questions and concerns posed by stakeholders throughout, which were addressed appropriately in my mind, and the general trend was support for the proposed changes, which, as previously stated, are technical in nature and allows for the legislation to work its course without, for lack of a better word, loopholes. Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports the amendments to the Sectional Titles Bill and what they intend to achieve. I thank you.
Thank you, We're now moving to the speaker from the EFF, Honorable PP Harrix, for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Greetings, Honourable Premier, Honourable Speaker, and Honourable Members. Honourable Speaker, under the amendment bill and its object, which is to carry precision based on the proposals for the amendment, more importantly, the precision on exclusive use areas and approvals of plans, with having proper engagement from the developer to agent and leases, and also more on behalf of the poor, flat dwellers, and securing the rights to housing and tenure of poor, elderly, and marginalized communities. To alienation of common properties, that's crucial as most base leases contain restrictions against alienation. In the amendment, it will carry enlightenment, it's more especially on the amendment of sections 14, section 15, section 17, 18 to 24, is relating to rights to benefits of property other than legal rights. Honourable Speaker, the workshops and public engagement has been educational, informative, and of great significance to those who attended and those who dedicated themselves into observing and being educated on the bill, which is for the good functioning of any body corporates, the principle on EUAs. The EFF supports the amendment of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And we now move to receive a speaker from the NFP, CM Shinga.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, members. The NFP supports and welcomes the amendment of the bill as it seeks to offer more protections to tenants and other parties who hold a lease on a piece of property. It will eventually result in some important practical changes targeted at offering greater freedom for developers during the pre-establishment stage. These everyday to-day management issues are caused by the following failures. Failure of the body corporate to comprehend the extent to which it has the authority to limit an owner's right to rent out their unit on short-term basis. The body corporate's failure to prepare a written maintenance, repair and replacement plan for the common property. The body's corporate's failure to review and update its management and conduct rules. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. My apology. Let's receive a speaker from the Minority Fund for 1 minute, Honorable Takarat Bansi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, hearing for this bill brought out the daily lived experiences of sectional title owners, their frustration and call for urgent amendments. The limited scope of this bill related specifically to registration and surveying issues, hence most provinces were on the back foot with policy issues, for example, building maintenance, which is for Sectional Title Schemes Amendment Act in Human Settlements, and the Title Deeds Fast Tracking for the Electronic Deeds Registration Act, so there's work for other departments to pursue. However, a burning issue which needs to be reviewed for inclusion by the Sectional Titles Council and Registration Board is the use of architectural technologists, as many previously disadvantaged persons are technologists whose professional authority needs recognition to lower costs of plan drawing. Similarly, the Banking Association of South Africa's suggestions must be considered by policymakers. Honourable Speaker, KwaZulu-Natal's suggestions were not considered.
Thank you, Honourable Chakaras Bansi.
But we support the
the
bill.
We are supposed to have ATMs. They are not here. We go straight to ACDP. 1 minute.
Speaker, as ACDP, we support the amendment of the bill, which seeks to provide and regulate the regulations to the public in the Gazette at least 1 month before the date or the date specified. Notification to the public through the Gazette is relevant and encouraged rather than it be imposed on the public without proper notification, taking into consideration that Parliament procedures are followed and the relevant department bodies persons were consulted. So, with that few remarks, we adopt and accept the amendment of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's now receive a speaker from the ANC for 7 minutes. PM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable members of the Provincial Executive Council, Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. We send our greetings to you all on behalf of the ANC, of which we represent in this August House as mandated by the people of KwaZulu-Natal, whom we are here to serve. This is in line with our strategic objectives as outlined by the National Democratic Revolution, which is then customized into our election manifesto of 2019. That becomes our guide to our program of action as deployed cadres. Somlomo asikubeke kucace nje kuthi bha ukuthi njengokhongolose sihambisana nazo zonke iziphakamiso ezibekiwe kule mthetho sivivinyo. Esicabanga ukuthi uzohamba ibanga elide ukusiza ekushintsheni kwempilo zabantu baseNingizimu Afrika. This therefore means that we are not going to waste too much time debate. Among others, the key objectives of the amendment of the Sectional Tactics Act of 1996 are as follows: improving and enhancing the application and the implementation of the Act, definition of exclusive use areas, referred to exclusive use by only the owner of the section, definition of the Sectoral Titles Scheme Management Act that currently incorrectly refers to it being a 2010 instead of 2011 Act. Hence, the proposed amendment in clause 1A and B seeks to correct this position. In other words, some of the key objectives of the amendment of Sectional Titles Act in question is to deal with the definitions so as to provide for the developer to answer questions put to the developer by the agents, and to further provide for the amendment of sectional plans. As we are all aware, politics can be defined in different ways by different scholars and activists. However, the universal agreements about politics is that it is the contest for political power that must be used to implement the election manifesto. For instance, the apartheid government misused political power to pass laws that benefited white minorities as their constituencies. The outcome of 1994 democratic breakthrough, which produced the ANC as the majority, means that the same political power must be used to pass laws or amend laws in order to resolve the injustice of the past. However, Honorable Speaker, the difference with the ANC-led government is that it has both a revolutionary and constitutional duty to provide strategic leadership for the strategic direction to achieve our strategic goals. These strategic goals are building a united, democratic and non-sexist, non-racial and prosperous country, which we refer to as a national democratic society. Hence, the proposed amendment must be in line with the strategic objectives and the constitution of the country. But before we conclude our input, Honorable Speaker, let us emphasize that Clause 15, Section 54 provides provision for the establishment of the Sectional Titles Regulations Board. And this remains very important for us. This is more critical, particularly for us as the ANC, since it deals with gender issues and the appointment of a register. This talks to one of our strategic objectives of the national democratic revolution in terms of building a non-sexist South Africa. Moreover, the amendment of Section 54, especially the appointment of a convenience with particular knowledge of matters pertaining to the registration of sectional title units and the opening of sectional title register is very important. Honorable Speaker, arising from the above, we want to re-emphasize as the ANC that we support this bill because we believe it will go a long way in trying to address some of the issues, in particularly some of the issues related to the definition of the Act. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Zuma. We are now going to go back to Honorable Sipila to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before I respond, allow me to place it on record that the committee recommends that the legislature must confer authority on the KZN provincial delegation to the NCOP to cast a vote in favor of the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill, B31B of 2020, at the relevant NCOP Select Committee, and the head of the provincial delegation to NCOP or a delegate designated by the head of the delegation to cast a vote in favor of the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill at the NCOP plenary. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in responding to the questions or the issues that were raised by honorable members, or before I do that, let me thank all the honorable members that participated in this debate and during our stakeholder engagements. Their inputs and participation really assisted this process. Honorable Kumete raised an issue around irrelevant questions that were raised during our stakeholder engagements. And I agree with you, Honorable Kumete, to a certain extent. Indeed, we did receive those questions in our engagements. However, I do want to report to this House that in most of our stakeholder engagements, we did receive relevant inputs or valuable inputs from practitioners in particular and municipal employees in Amajuba, in Umzinyati, and other areas where we visited, including the Spluma Forum that we convened with practitioners. We received valuable inputs there, Honorable Speaker. in those engagements. On the issue that relates to the matters that the committee put forward to the select committee, the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform made an undertaking, Honorable Speaker, that they will take those matters to the regulation board for the board to look at them, because they were not related to what the amendments were talking into. They were off policy in nature, and the state law advisor in Cape Town advised the department to take those matters to the board, and we are awaiting for the responses as the portfolio committee to see how the board is planning to deal with those issues, and we will take the matters from there once we have received the responses from the board. This question was also raised by Honorable Rajbansi, and I think I've responded to that. Honorable Shinga, the matter that we are raising around the body corporate is covered under the Sectional Titles Schemes Act, not in this amendment bill that we are dealing with currently. We will engage you outside this process so that we can refer you to the relevant legislation where this matter is dealt with. Otherwise, Honorable Chairperson, I appreciate how the honorable members have handled this debate, and their inputs have been noted. Thank you so much for allowing us to process this matter at such a short notice. But it's not our own making. These issues always come like this from the NCOP, Honorable Speaker, and I think in your own forum as speakers, it's the matter that you need to address so that we are not put under pressure in dealing with such important matters as the provincial legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate on the conferral of a final mandate on the sectional tag to Amendment Bill B31B 2020. So the House now needs to vote on the final mandate. So, as per the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture and Rural Development, I now put the question to the House as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal legislature agrees to confer a final mandate on 1, the KwaZulu-Natal provincial delegation to the National Council of Provinces to vote in support of the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill B31B 2020 at the relevant NCOP Select Committee, and 2, the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or a delegate designated by the head of the delegation to cast a vote in favor of the Sectional Title Amendment Bill B31B 2020 at the NCOP plenary. As I've indicated, prior to the start of the debate, I will now go to party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. Starting with the IFP.
The IFP supports. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the amendments to the Sectional Titles Amendment Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Sibonge somlomo thina njengebutho lezitoyitoyi siyakweseka lokho. Siyabonga.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The National Freedom Party supports the amendment bill.
Oh, there's an order there. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You are recorded.
Siyabonga Somlomo.
Ah.
Sicabanga ukuthi ama-rules ayavumi recordwe into eyenziwe enga-implementiwe ama-rules. Awuseyacorrecta-ke umhlonipha bese ucela aqale phansi.
Ugcina ususukumile. Minority Front.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Minority Front supports the sectional titles amendment bill.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Speaker, the ACDP does support the bill.
The ATM is not here. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The ANC supports the amended bill.
Thank you. So, members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? None. If there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favour 67, votes against no, abstentions no. Thank you.
Okay, honourable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Vote in favour 67, vote against nil, abstention nil. So the ayes have it. Which that conclude the voting on the conference of the final mandate on the sectional titles amendment bill B31B 2020. Which conclude this matter. It is 10-1. The next debate will take 1.5 hours. I know sometimes if you delay other people to lunch, we have a mess.
Honourable Speaker, besocela ukuthi siqhubeke sesiqedile.
Akekho ne-objection, angithi. Qhubeke nje. Okay. We are now going to go for a debate on the 2020 police station functionality monitoring program. We are going to get a report from the chairperson of the Community Safety and Committee on the 2022 Police Station Functionality Monitoring Program, Honorable M.A. Chiliza, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the House. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to table the police station's functionality report compiled following the visits held on the 8th and 9th of June 2022 in all 11 districts in KZN. The delegation teams were visiting 5 police stations, each team over the 2 days allocated. A total of 55 police stations were visited in the province. I'm requesting that after the debate, then the report be adopted by the House. and formally be referred to the executive. The KZN police station, the KZN legislature police stations functionality program was conducted in line with the constitutional mandate of section 114 subsection 2, which is to pass legislation, provide a forum for public participation, involve the public in the lawmaking process, and oversee the activities of the provincial executive. The Portfolio Committee on Community Safety and Liaison identified 7 service delivery thematic areas, which is crime, human resources, station resources, detective services, infrastructure, COVID-19, and stakeholder and community engagement. Honorable Speaker, the House and Honorable Speaker and the House, below are the findings of various service delivery challenges experienced by the sampled police stations. Under crime, according to the SAPS crime statistics covering the period of April to June 2021-22, KwaZulu-Natal, Umlazi, and Lesisla police stations are marked first and second in the country in terms of murder rate, followed by Fontaine, which is in the Western Cape. In the fourth quarter, crime statistics for 21-22, KwaZulu-Natal recorded an increase of 22% in murder cases in the period of January to March 2022. An increase of 1,107 more lives were lost compared to the same comparative period. All conduct-related crimes increased by 50%, which all sexual offences crimes increased by 13%, 13.7. KwaZulu-Natal is second in terms of the conduct crimes committed in the country with a total of 95 reported cases. The other types of crime in KwaZulu-Natal include assault, common robbery, residential robbery, car hijacking, residential burglary, stock theft, and theft of motor vehicles. In terms of residential robberies, KwaZulu-Natal alone accounted for 90 cases out of 304 cases nationally, which equates to 30% of the total cases committed. Rape increased by 13%, with KZN contributing to 26% to murder, and in under station recorded as the highest incidence of rape. KZN reported 710 rape cases that occurred earlier in the perpetrators' residence or the victims. A further 215 cases occurred in public, open spaces, business premises, liquor outlets, and abandoned buildings. The gender-based violence rate remains unacceptable high in the country, and KZN is no exception on that. The stations visited reported that much effort is geared towards reducing this pandemic. From January to March 2022, women and children experienced brutality such as murder, attempted murder, and assault of GPH of women, all recorded double digits increases. Murder and assault GPH of children under the age of 17 years also recorded. Sector policing is implementing in the KZN province. However, some districts reported that due to shortage of manpower and other related resources, they were unable to execute it effectively. This impacts service delivery as it takes long for complaints to be attended to due to lack of vehicles and manpower in the vicinity. Under human resource, shortage of human resource is amongst the top service delivery challenge. The police stations are under-resourced and budget limitations affect resource allocation. High vacancy rate of 72 vacant senior level posts with the further reduction of post allocation for Police Stations Act and Public Service Act. Deployment of members to district officers and other directorates contributes further to the shortages. High shortage of police officers is in all stations, thus compromising sector policing. Shortage of human resources has a ripple effect on the ability of the SAPS to respond timelessly to crimes and to be visible in the communities. Station resources due to aging infrastructure, physical infrastructures, stations are struggling to meet demand and manage service delivery challenges. Stations do not receive upgraded fleets timelessly, and as such, believe that prisoners Prisoners are transported in appropriate vehicles, which has an impact on service delivery. Moreover, it poses as a threat to their lives as most cars have accumulated high kilometers and should have been boarded long ago. An insufficient physical and aging fleet hampers service delivery. Out of 4,227 vehicles allocated across 184 police stations in the province, 176 are parked at workshops or waiting for repairs. All police stations sampled in the program raised their concern over the slow turnaround time to repair vehicles in the workshops. There are police stations across that have vehicles which are more than 500 kilometers on the clock. Most of these vehicles are not even suitable for the terrain. Hence, they break down constantly. In Uthugela district, one vehicle reported to have been in the garage for more than 155 days and 124 days, and the third one is 77 days. This case is not peculiar to Uthugela only, as findings show us that this is a challenge across all the districts. Zululand reported a total of 108 vehicles with more than 200 kilometers, and one was reported to have been booked in the garage over 100 days. In fact, it's two of them. This reduces the total number of operational vehicles in the stations, leading to members having to share vehicles or not being able to conduct their investigation. The vehicle boarding process takes too long. If a vehicle has to be boarded, it takes very long. Currently, there are 205 cars are waiting for boarding, which are kept in government garage. Infrastructure, SAPS buildings and offices are rated among the top on the list of challenges impact on the police stations. This refers to police station buildings, office equipment, etc. Some police stations are too small to serve an overgrowing population. Non-functional telephone lines and poor network connectivity impacts on emails and docket management systems. Under detectives, fundamental aspect of fighting crime is detective investigation work, which is intrinsically linked to the provision of distribution of adequate human and physical resources. The resource shortages is the main refer to shortage of manpower, shortage of vehicles, insufficient 3G cards, shortage of office space, shortage of DNA kits, and backlog on forensics. Under COVID, police, we discovered that they all had PPEs and spare marks were available, but some of them vaccinated, some of them did not vaccinate. Stations utilized the rotation system of 50-50 to avoid infection of COVID-19. Under stakeholders, stations across the province reported good working relationships with CCPA structures. CPF lack of resources sometimes and remunerations becomes a major challenge. But in some police stations, it was reported that structures are active. There were, however, cases where police stations reported challenges with some other structures, whereby they end up having mobilizing a mob of people to take the law into their own hands. So, which is must also be avoided, Speaker. Some challenges were delays of reports, fitting to final reports. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let's have a speaker from the ANC, Honorable Umalo, for 9 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker Mvelase, Honorable Premier, in absentia, honorable members of the Provincial Executive Council, honorable members of the legislature, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to extend my fraternal greetings on behalf of the African National Congress and thank you for the opportunity given to us to participate in this debate, which broadly look at the functionality of our police stations in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The approach that I will be using in this important debate is mainly based on the election manifesto of the African National Congress and highlight some of the commitments made by the ANC in 2019 manifesto, and then somehow focus on what has been done so far, while briefly touching on what remains as challenges in the areas of crime fighting and building safer communities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the 2019 election manifesto had made a serious commitment that policing will be made stronger so as to remove all forms of crime, drugs, gangsterism, and violence against women and children. And to this end, the ANC-led government has been focusing on the following as per the ANC manifesto. 1, ensure better training of police to investigate and conclude cases, increase numbers and visibility of policemen and women in communities, implement a national plan of action that will address the real causes of gender-based violence, equip police and courts to support survivors of gender-based violence, target drug syndicates through the new anti-gang strategy, and revise national drug master plan. And lastly, to scale up the network of Tutuzela care centers and other victim empowerment centers for a more effective response to incidents of violent sexual acts against women and children. The reduction of victimization and improved conviction rates is also highlighted. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the above points that the ANC had spoken about in 2019 election manifesto remains critical in ensuring that we continue to build safer communities and confront gender-based violence, which has been rife within our society. And it is for this reason that we are emphasizing that the fight against crime and gender-based violence must be intensified. The ANC also believes that the criminals reside within our communities, and hence it becomes critical that our communities are mobilized to participate in the fight against crime and gender-based violence. This therefore means that while we fight the scourge of crime and gender-based violence, we must also explore ways to identify and resolve the real causes and effects of crime in general and gender-based violence in particular. As part of the multi-sectoral approach to fight crime, the 2018 Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence Resolutions and a national plan on gender-based violence remains relevant and critical. Hence, we must applaud the ANC government and President Cyril Ramaphosa for such a platform. However, ours is to ensure that its outcomes are implemented. We must also emphasize the importance of strengthening our court system and support survivors so that offenders do not get away as a result of poor evidence during the investigation and lack of support to victims, which compromises them from testifying to ensure conviction. We also need to ensure that we embark on an educational awareness campaign that will motivate victims and communities to feel free to report crime without fear of being victimized by culprits or criminals. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while a lot has been done by the ANC-led government to implement its manifesto, but challenges still remain, especially lack of resources and negative attitude towards victims and those reporting crime. It is for this reason that we say the campaign to build safer communities and address gender-based violence must be prioritized. We are also concerned, however, that in all police stations there is a shortage of vehicles, and the complaint is that it takes a long time for vehicles to be returned. Very clear plan to revamp these old police stations. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Yep.
Thank you, Honorable Numalo. Can we now speaker from the IFP, Honorable P.N. Simang.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the official oppositions and other members in the legislation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the report that we are debating today paint a blank picture of the status of the KwaZulu-Natal police stations.
Honorable Simang, your video.
Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Speaker. I'm on the road and my network is not on in good. I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker.
Kusho ukuthi fanele ume ngoba faya sikubona.
No, ngimile, but i-network yami ayivumi, Honorable Speaker.
Vela ke busuyayicisha. Vela sikubone usike
yimi lo.
Nakho ke sesikubonile.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. For saying the report that we are debating today paints a blank picture of the status of KwaZulu-Natal police stations. The IFP believe that if we have under-resourced and depleted police stations in KwaZulu-Natal, it will be impossible to win a war against a crime and keep the citizens safe. During the oversight visit this by members of the KZN legislature as part of the police station's functionality monitoring program, the shocking state of our police stations were revealed. It seems to indicate that incompetency by relevant authorities is to be blamed for the poor state of KwaZulu-Natal police stations. Numerous challenges have been reported years ago, but no action has been taken to address them. The oversight visit exposed daily challenges faced by police officers. Some SAPS stations in KZN do not have any vehicles or officers to respond to a crime. Other stations visited were found to be completely the laissez-faire attitude of the Public Works Department need to be condemned in the strongest possible terms, as it has rendered the police stations unsafe and initiative. We urge you, on MEC, to engage with the National Minister of Public Works to expedite the issue of liating the police stations. Many are in urgent need of renovations. It is a strategy that 28 years in democracy, we still have dilapidated police stations. Many police stations, such as Taylor Halt, Ingwavuma, and Midilovo stations, are disgraced. Taylor Halt stations consist of temporary housing erected in 1994, which is now dilapidated. There are rats everywhere. Toilets do not function. There is no kitchen and waters. Further, we have learned of the Ingwavuma police stations where police officers are forced to work in their cars. There are also no toilets, and police officers must relieve themselves in the bushes. On the issues of Ingwavum police stations, we have submitted a written preliminary question to the MEC of Community Safety and Liaising, Honorable Peke Konyene, but no response were forthcoming before she assumes her new role as MEC for Finance. We are concerned about the state of the vehicles that are used by the police on a daily basis to do their work. There's a shortage of police vehicles in areas such as Ugu, which is supposed to have 350 vehicles, but only has 311. Most vehicles are old, and it takes too much time for them to be repaired in the SAPS garage. It's shocking to know that out of 4,227 vehicles allocated across 184 police stations in KwaZulu-Natal, 1,716 vehicles are parked in the workshops waiting repairs. Moreover, of these, some vehicles were needed a service for over 2 years. In Utugela, their vehicles was reported to have been in the garage for at last 155 days. Another one for 124 days. In Zululand district alone, it reported a total of 108 vehicles with more than 200 kilometers. One vehicle was reported to have been booked in the garage for 919 days and other for 950 days. It is concerning that police officers are using unsafe vehicles. This endangers their lives. Delay in repairing police vehicles contribute immensely to the higher rate of crime. As police officers are not able to respond to crime scenes on time, this is embarrassment for the police. Having to tell the people that they don't have vehicles when they are called to crime scenes. This is also a work of detectives responsible for conducting investigation. Further, some police stations have raised concerns about the shortage of off-roads vehicles needed for bad terrain, which is difficult for the police to navigate. In addition, KZN police offices is suffering a shortage of detectives. The King Kwayo and Umzinyate and Amachuba districts among the districts that are reported to have over 150 cases docket assigned per detective to investigate. Government cuts to our police service are putting us all at risk. The cuts to the police have been predictable impact. Crime has gone up. If we want to a safety society, we must have a properly funded police services. Many back offices, police staff are needed to support an officer to be better. So cutting police staff also make no sense. At Greater Police Station, the detectives has a collected of 185 cases to investigate where areas in Kraskow police stations are detectives is facing with 102 cases. Our police services is understaffed, overworked, and overstretched, and become of our community becoming less safe. The SAPS is struggling to recruit more detectives, and this is affected the functionality of a police stations. Detectives are faced with huge caseload, which affect their morale and ability to compete to complete investigation on time. We believe that increasing the number of police officers will show the government determination to back the police and give them the power they need to deal with decisively with crime and to protect communities and vulnerable people from harm. For the police who are charged with the fighting crime, for the police who are charged with the Herculean task to ensuring security within the borders of the provision of working equipment is essential. The police need a robust vehicles, modern and sophisticated communications facility, modern weapon and adequate fuel to move about do their work. Limited financial and human resources and destroying the APS public image. There must be increased police visibility through 24 hours mobile workstations. The lack of victim-friendly rooms is another case for concern. Further, the failure by the Department of Correctional Service to monitor repeat offenders is worrying. It has been stated that KZN alone.
Thank you, Honorable Nsiman.
Thank you.
Let's now receive a debate from Honorable Kikia for 8 minutes.
Greetings of peace, Mr. Deputy Speaker. After these visits, one thing is very obvious. Tele must go. Today, we debate the outcomes of an oversight conducted by members of the House. Unfortunately, this debate was stalled severally, and we are here finally today after many delays as a result of people that are only responsible for gatekeeping. Deputy Speaker, for the information of this House, the Police Commissioner, and others that are responsible for compiling this program, the legislature has a constitutional obligation to exercise oversight over the executive arm of government in the fulfillment of Section 1142A of the Constitution, which stipulates that provincial legislatures must, it says must, not may, provide mechanisms to ensure that the provincial executive organs are held to account. With that said, maybe we should receive an answer from the provincial commissioner or even the MEC as to why the South African Police Services was responsible for gatekeeping, in that much of the information that was required for compiling of this program was withheld for such a long period of time. The police functionality oversight visits was based on a sample of 55 or so of the 184 police stations that were visited. Fortunately, we were able to rise above this gatekeeping by some of the SAPs and some of the officials in the department. These oversights ensure that our debates are based on facts that are valid, relevant, and objective, based on what we see for ourselves. And this is something that is ingrained in the DNA of the Democratic Alliance, that we are asked to go and see for ourselves. We know that this functionality program is not new to this legislature, but we must ask the question, what has changed? What has happened with the information that we gather on an ongoing basis? If we continue to do the same thing, expecting a different result, we call this nothing more than insanity. So we must keep that in mind. The release of the last quarter crime stats are a true reflection of that. There is insignificant result of the promises made by the president, by Kele, this province's then leadership, and now even the Taliban. When will your promises of a safer future allow women, children, and even the most vulnerable in our community to be safe on the streets? You see, again, this much is obvious. Kele must go. And if you send him marching, believe me, we'll be the first ones that will never shout, "Shut up" at you. And I'll tell you why. Every day in our country, 67 people are murdered. 153 people are raped, and 364 violent crimes continue to be perpetrated. Between January and March 2022, a total of 6,083 people were killed in South Africa. My time.
Honorable.
Katanis Katsak.
Oh.
Honorable Speaker, is it parliamentary to say shut up in this house?
So, Chair, can you continue?
Alarmingly, the murder of children recorded a 37.2% increase between January and March 2022. Again, Cele must go. This was reported in the first 3 months of 2022. Citizens stare death in the face daily. When leaving their homes, they cannot be guaranteed a safe return. KwaZulu-Natal is second in terms of the contact crimes committed in the country. KwaZulu-Natal is ranks among the top 3 provinces worst affected by crime in the Republic. According to the World Crime Index by country 2022, South Africa is in 4th place amongst 142 countries and first in Africa, followed by Cameroon. And this can't just be fobbed off. Deputy Speaker, despite the numerous promises by the previous MEC for community safety, the previous Premier, Ziakala, and soon to be the previous Minister of Police, the situation in KZN has gone from bad to worse. My apologies, Zigalala. Our women, children, and most vulnerable remain. I'm sorry, it just comes out like that. The rape cases continue to increase, and let's not lie about the number of cases that are not even reported. We know that those reported cases drag on because DNA tests are not made available. There is a young girl raped with 2 others in one night, right here in this capital city in one of our schools. And she's waiting for 6 months now for a case number so that that matter can be looked at. Then Cele tells women that they are lucky to be raped only by one man. So Cele must go. Our residential properties are broken into on a daily basis, with many cases not ever reported. Citizens are fully aware of the treatment they get when they go to police stations. Let's not forget the July riots, and this will go down in history as a day the country mourned the destruction, not only of this province, but of the lives of millions and hundreds of people in our province. People ask, do criminals have more rights in this province than law-abiding citizens? This is how it appears. We know that SAPS is understaffed and under-resourced. We know SAPS cannot respond timeously to the community. In one police station, a commander told us that it is easier for them to walk to a crime scene than to wait for their own vehicles. SAP's phone lines are outdated and in many cases don't work. Officers are overwhelmed. SAP's officers are operating in dilapidated buildings. And this is only the start of the problems that they have. Much of this, if not all of it, is not of their own making. Cele must go. And when all of this is pointed out to him, the chief whip might rise again. When all this is pointed out to him, he then shouts at people and says, shut up. Armed with this knowledge, criminals are have more updated tools of trade, and their very own police do not have what is necessary to overcome what they are up to at the moment. SAP's legs are cut short. And we know why. And we know, and we say again, and we repeat, Cele must go. The lack of proper leadership and accountability is where the problem lies. A fish rots from the head. It is not likely that we call for Cele's head, but we must. He scoffed at the idea of devolving policing to capable provinces. In Langa, murder stats show a decrease of 42%, while KZN is now the #1 murder and rape capital of the Republic of South Africa. Yet he plays politics, so he must go. We can't have a capable and ethical state if we cannot couple this with the caring and safeguarding needs of citizens. Right now, under Cele's leadership, it's not getting any better. The MEC and Premier are encouraged to sound our petition to get rid of this useless minister. Thank you.
It's your time now. Let's go to the EFF. Honorable A.V. Khoza for 6 minutes.
Ngibingelele somlomo ngibonge ithuba. Sibonga ithuba lokuthi sikhulume ngalolu daba lokuvakashelwa kwey'teshi zamaphoyisa. The issue of the visits to the police stations is not new. It has been done over and over again for time immemorial. We visit police stations almost annually. We get surprised and we come back with debate here and nothing happens. We go back again the following year, we get there, we act surprised, even more surprised. And then we come back, we debate, nothing gets happened. I'll take an example. We visited a couple of years back, we visited Vryheid police station. When we got there, we were shocked that there were no premises for the police. We are also surprised that over 500,000, more than $500,000 is being paid to rent premises and facilities for the police. We were shocked that they have units in 10, 15 different places. And we were also shocked that there's a shortage of space, there's racism where the police in that particular station are very quick to act against Black Africans and farm workers, but very reluctant to act against racist Afrikaners farmers who brutalizes farm workers, who refuse them space to bury their loved ones, who impound their livestock and get away with it. We came back, we said, we are shocked. We went back again this year and got shocked again by the same things. Why are we wasting our time doing these visits when nothing gets done? That's the question that we should ask ourselves. When the police complain about shortage of resources like cars and police vans, etc., we are shocked, but we forget to ask them, when you are busy transporting your fellow workers, you fetch them from home, bring them to work, and take them back to work with the same police vans. Gandhi, aren't you getting paid? Why are you not buying your own cars? We don't ask these questions. Why? Because maybe we're too shocked to be asking those questions. Police vehicles are used to ferry police to and from work. Some of them, you find them packed in ship-ins. And we say there are shortage of police vans. Go to any police station at the back, you'll see rows and rows of police vehicles that are supposed to be working, packed there, rotting there. Some of them with minor dents, some of them with serious dents. Go to Jacobs government garage there. You'll see rows and rows of cars. The other day I saw some youngsters pushing wheels just from the garage on the freeway. They go there, they steal the tires from the police vehicles and do as they wish. But you've got security and police there. The ordinary foot soldiers, the police, in their defense, they do their utmost best with no resources. And you have police management on top. that earns a lot of money and do very little, overpaid and overpaid and underworked. We will never turn around this police department unless there are consequences for failure to do their duties. Yes, it's good to say Cele must go. He must go where? He doesn't manage police stations. Let's start with police management that are overpaid and not doing their jobs. Let's start there before we even get to Cele. You know, it's also good to say that KZN is top 3 when you forget that amongst the 3 is Western Cape where the DA is in charge. Let's not be hypocritical and play cheap politics with the issue of crime. Let us do what we have to do, which is being honest on a daily basis to make sure that we hold everybody accountable for their failure to do their job. Nothing is going to change. I can tell you, we will come here yet again and debate after we went and visited and got shocked. Let us stop debating these issues. Let us hold the MEC accountable, but let us also hold the management of the police accountable for their failure to do their job, for their failure to manage resources, for their failure to prioritize their work. They are busy prioritizing everything else, going to conferences, spending money and complaining about this and that and that and that. What are they doing on a day-to-day basis to make sure that they service delivery to our people? This thing of perpetually making excuses instead of putting the hands on the plow and doing the actual job is not assisting anyone whilst our people are suffering. We should be ashamed as people in this house that we come here and we get shocked and nothing gets done. Continue to get shocked.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the ANC, Honorable N.R. Machola, for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Executive, colleagues, guests. Uthi manithi camagu kule nyanga yamasiko nenkcubeko esiyibiza yomsintsi. As I open my debate, let me quote igala nenyange lomzabalazo wemfundo, utata O.R. Tambo, when he said, open quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won, until our country is free and happy and peaceful as part of the community of men. We cannot rest." Close quote. Honorable Speaker, the rights enshrined in the Constitution enacted in 1996 aim to ensure safety by protecting citizens who come into contact with the law and by obliging the state to provide adequate security from those who perpetrate crime. In the past, the majority of citizens were concerned with abuse by agencies of the state. It is important to acknowledge that democratic South Africa has inherited in 1994 separate systems for the administration of justice functioned in South Africa. We had former homelands that we had police and justice departments and other related structures. KwaZulu-Natal is one of them. As a result, there was a disparity in the delivery of services depending on race and geographic location, and the commanding personnel were white men. Speaker, the overview in 1994, a broader concept of safety and security was embraced to align policing practices with the Constitution. This government has sought to create a criminal justice system representative of the population regarding gender, disability, and race. The 10-year review confirmed that significant progress had been made in improving national security, establishing the rule of law and transforming institutions that had previously served the apartheid state. There were challenges that were identified, namely slow transformation of justice system, poor integration of the crime prevention and criminal justice system, and lastly, the inadequate human resources development across. Speaker, I felt it is important to understand the definition of a normal police station. The reason for that is to check the current situation of our police stations against what is defined as a police station. Police station is defined as a building which serve to accommodate police officers and other members of the staff. These buildings often contain offices and accommodation for personnel and vehicles, along with locker rooms, temporary holding cells, and interrogation rooms. We are aware that many stations have similar components or core functions, but personnel use them in different ways and need them to perform different standards. It is safe to say every police department needs an evidence room based on their operations and caseload. However, their needs will vary. The team that was deployed in Ugu would remember the evidence room we saw in Dududu police station and how its status talked to its critical coexistence of being the storage for evidence. The situation of our police stations are indeed in a very bad state, which compromises its effectiveness and its defined by NDP as a period where people living in South Africa feel safe at home, at school, and at work, and they enjoy community life free of fear. Women walk freely in the streets and children play safely. Speaker, the speech by late Comrade Steve Tshwete, may his soul rest in peace, who was the then Minister of Safety and Security at the handing over of the Black Commissioner of the South African Police Service Parade on the 13th of January 2000, was a real touching one. It was indeed a great moment in the history of the South African Police Service in particular, and in the people of our country in general. For the first time ever since its establishment in 1913, being handed over to a Black commissioner. Yes, indeed. Elsewhere in the world, an event marking the transfer of a command might have just passed like any other routine ceremony. In our country, Speaker, which has been bedeviled by a history of colonial domination and racial oppression for many decades, a function of that nature could not be a routine. As ANC, we called it a breakthrough. Watch the space. It was, on the contrary, a beacon, indeed a landmark that elevated itself above the ordinary. Speaker, the National Crime Prevention Strategy requires the development of wider responsibility for crime prevention and a shift from reactive crime control, which deploys most resources towards responding after crimes have already been committed, towards proactive crime prevention, hence these visits. Speaker, our visit to this police station is meant to take stock on the implementation of ANC policies as adopted in its policy conference. These policies are informed by continuous consultation during programs like taking legislature to the people, izimbizo, oversight by portfolio committees, name them, the list is long. Nabo abahlala bephikisana nokuthi kuyiwe kubantu bade bavume kuba singurhulumente wabantu ngabantu kwabo. Speaker, we have seen the condition of our police station, and as I brought to this house, how the normal police station should be. Indeed, there is a lot that needs to be considered. It will not only talk to the infrastructure, but consider renewal of having the national department as the one responsible as far as the management of all these police stations are concerned. Their unavailability on the ground depletes and frustrates the functionality, as well as not embracing changes and transformation. This has been loud in all gaps identified, be it on the ailing, dilapidated infrastructure, staffing issues, tools of trade, because there were no answers from local management, all left to national. Speaker, we are all aware that poor infrastructure is an inhibiting factor in rendering quality policing. Issues of roads have been mentioned mostly as an inhibiting factor in following up of reported cases. This has indicated very clear that integrated planning was never considered during establishment of these facilities. But we are clear about that, hence the word transformation. The response of the police stations on gender-based violence is not in line with increased high volumes, as most of these facilities do not have victim-friendly rooms. This indicator is the determining factor on the number of DBV cases reported and followed up effectively. Yes, some do have, like Metro Mnyama police station. As we fight for transformation in all facilities without this VFR, there is a need for multidisciplinary collaboration in the process of ensuring that its services are provided, meaning public works and social development must be on board. The creation of an extensive policy and legislative framework that deals with crime in particular, crimes against women and children, must be seen receiving priority. Speaker, fleet management is a problem across all district reports. Capacity of the department is ailing as far as this indicator is concerned. Shortage attributed to no timelines in repairs of broken cars is bonding service delivery. Turnaround time from service provider that the provincial department has no power on has got negative impact. The Capacity Bureau of Human Resource, both in vacancy rate and being skilled, has been identified as a huge gap. The reports are revealing that the number of staff in the South African Police Service has declined steadily over the past decade and is expected to plateau going forward. Speaker, looking at the capacity of our police stations, both administratively and in the infrastructure, it is not going to be easy to meet the one of the medium-term strategic framework, which is to ensure that there is a reduction in the levels of conduct crime. Having said that, anyway, that in respect of conduct crimes, our province is counted among the 3 provinces that have shown decrease in conduct crimes in the last financial year. This is made possible through the establishment of effective and successful community police forums. We are happy indeed to see the intervention done by the department in intensifying its implementation of the back to basic strategy to improve police performance and conduct. This is manifested by the allocation of 2.5 billion to upgrade and maintain police stations, with a further 10.2 billion to procure and maintain transport equipment. As I conclude, Speaker, let me quote our son of the soil, Comrade Pisani, down when he said,
No conclusion. Thank you.
Speaker, peoples to be suppressed in favor of peace. We need to create a new breed of South Africa.
Thank you. We are now moving to the next speaker from the NFP for 2 minutes, Honorable Shinga.
Ngiyabonga. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, we accept the supplied police station functionality report on behalf of the NFP. However, it is gravely concerning that the issue of a lack of human resources in the provincial SAPS is an ongoing one, and that has yet to be remedied. According to the police station functionality research tool, in addition to a lack of human resources, the SAPS also faces a lack of physical and aging resources. Honorable Speaker, stations throughout the districts noted that these deficiencies have been addressed frequently over years, and that their failure to solve them properly has a direct impact on their mandate. This only impedes service delivery in a province with a high crime rate, which is one of the top 3 provinces most affected by crime. In the period January to March 2022, murder cases in KwaZulu-Natal increased by 22.2%. According to the report, stations are struggling to meet demand and manage service delivery challenges due to aging physical resources, which also poses a high risk to their lives because most cars have accumulated a large number of kilometers, and it doesn't help that they don't receive upgraded fleets on time. Out of 4,227 cars assigned to the province's 184 police stations, 1,716 are parked at the workshop awaiting repairs. Infrastructure is one of the most significant obstacles affecting police station service performance. The absence of well-functioning office infrastructure, such as poor network coverage, has a detrimental influence on emails, docket management system issues because it impedes service delivery, and some police stations are too small to accommodate the people they serve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. ATM is not here. ACDP. Uzofika isikhathi sakho sesiphelile. I'm supposed to get the speaker from the minority front.
Thank you,
Honorable
Honorable
Chaka response.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will debate based on what I've heard now and on my own observations of the functionality of police stations I visit. The location of police stations, resourcing and population served makes a huge difference to the functionality of police stations. The province's limited role of oversight in concurrence with national must be reviewed, given the 24-hour criminal activities taking place everywhere, as it is clear national is failing KZN. Crime WhatsApp groups are the busiest, so much so that new political parties are mushrooming just based on crime, and the Honourable Chair has given the rising statistics. In the province, we have great expectations of our new MEC, and I have seen steps more on the ground recently. This is a good start. Currently, private crime prevention companies are protecting the community at a cost. Until our government can bring crime under control, it is only fair for residents to get a SARS rebate in their effort to protect themselves and help government. The Minority Front believes that this is a valid request because SARS gives rebates for managing crises where people are forced to be out of pocket. The Minority Front notes the challenges outlined in this report, but the National Director General of Safety and Security should be called to this Honourable House to address our concerns and those of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Thank you. Now is your turn.
Greetings, Speaker, and all honorable members. Speaker, as ACDP, we have noticed that police stations are too far than people. If I can make an example, at Mtubatuba, there is Wamsane police station, and there are people from Nkundus area, which is about 40 kilometers away from Wamsane area. If you take the police station at Upongolo, serving the people as far as Belgrade, which is about 45 to 50 kilometers going to Belgrade. When anything is happening in those areas, to get security from the policies or police stations, it's very, very difficult. Then Benguguti, sometimes one of the things we can able to do is to build new police stations, more especially because police stations were city who are close. Bonga they are close to the police stations, but people who are in rural areas are so far. Please, we need the department to intervene and help the people from the rural areas as well. The issue of vehicles also need to be attended to. And we would like to see policies able to chase and policies must able to chase. And the issue of roadblocks and disarming people firearms is also important. Policies that just their duty is to collect statements rather than helping people not to die.
From the ANC, Honorable Ntombela. Ten minutes.
Sibonge somlomo sibingelele bahlonishwa bonke abangaphakathi endlini. Angithathele ithuba ngibe ingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswano ebuyekeza ukusebenza kwesikhungo zokuvikela umphakathi kwisifundazwe sakithi nezinselelo ababhekene nazo. Lo msebenzi sawenza siyiqombi kodwa asikwazanga ukufinyelela zonke izikhungo zokuvikela umphakathi ezikhona esifundazweni. Sagcina sikwazi ukuhambela izikhungo ezingama-55 kwisifundazwe. Esakuthola sakubona kwasivezela somlomo ukuthi kungani izinga lobugebengu linyuke kangaka kwisifundazwe sakithi. Izikhungo ezisemalokishini kakhulukazi abantu abamnyama izona ezinezinselelo eziningi kakhulu ezigcina zikhinyabeza zinqunde ukusebenza ngokuzikhandla nangokuzinikela kwabengalo yomthetho. Iningi lezikhungo zokusebenzela azikho esimweni esigculisayo ekwenzeni umsebenzi ngendlela efanelekile esibebekele nabanye bozethu ngaphambilini. Isibalo samaphoyisa sincane kakhulu siqhathanisa nezakhamizi zakwingabathi ekumele bayisebenze bayibheke bayigade. Maningi amaphoyisa ashile phoyisa ngezathu eziningi ezahlukeneyo ezingazange zavala izikhala zawo. Kule minyaka cishe emibili edlulile isabelomali ukuqasha nokuqeqesha amaphoyisa bekumisiwe. Kokugcina kukutshela ukuthi bekunenselelo engakanani ekutheni ube nabantu abayisibalo esanele ukuvikela abantu bakithi. Uma sibheka ikhungo singabalula ngezimbalwa esinye sasihambela nesicasibinga ngakuzona. Unesikhungo lapha ngakithi eMaranhille Marari Police Station ekumele sibhekele umphakathi waseDasenunki, Itsheli Mnyama, uTonoti, Impola, eMaran Ridge, Wasante naseClarota esingekho ezingeni lokusebenza siphinde sivikele umphakathi. Selokhu sakhiwa kwiminyaka engaphezu kweshumi nangaphambilini siwumahamba nendlwana. Asinayo ngisho indawo yokubopha iziboshwa basigcine ngaphakathi. Uma beyibophile kumele bahambe baye kwezinye iy'teshi whether bashone ePhantsa nokushona kanti engezi bafuna iy'ndawo zokuyibophela khona ngoba isikhungo sabo asinayo indawo efana naleyo. Esinye isikhungo sasihambele sakwaMakhutha cishe kabili mange kathathu ngey'nkinga esibhekene nazo, iningi lazo ezingakaxazululeki namanje. And iy'nkinga lezi hhayi ezokuthi nje ingqalasizinda inenselelo kodwa izinkinga zokuthi abantu abaphethe abawuhloniphi umsebenzi. Uma ukuzokwathi esiteshini ngosuku oluthile kube khona amaphoyisa more than 6 or 7 wonke aku-sick leave noma aku-leave, ugcina unephoyisa elilodwa esiteshini. Lokho kusho ukuthi khona inselelo kubantu abaphethe ukuthi indlela abaphethe ngayo ayilekeleli noma ayikhombisi ukuqonda umsebenzi ababhekene nawo. Kunenselelo enkulu emagaraji kahulumeni ekukhandweni nasekulungisweni amaveni amaphoyisa ngesikhathi esifishane. Imigomo elawula ukusebenza kwalamagaraji ayilekeleli ekubhekana nezinselelo zokuba nengqalasizinda eyanele ukulwisana nobugebengu. Agcina amaphoyisa engakwazi ukuphuma ajahe isigebengu ngesikhathi esifanelekile noma ayobheka inhlekelele uma yehlile ngoba zingekho izimoto zokuphuma ngesikhathi kuyobheka lezi ngqinamba umphakathi osuke ubhekene nazo. Enye inselelo enkulu somlomo ikhombisile ukuthi izinga lobunhloli kwingalo yomthetho liphansi kakhulu uma lisekhona. Lokho sikubone ngezidubedube zikaNtulikazi ngonyaka odlule. Abengalo yomthetho bathuka bamangala njengathi siyizakhamuzi ngezigemegeme ezazenzeka. Azange lwaba khona uhlelo olucacile nolubonakalayo lokugwema loyamonakalo owadla umnotho wezwe izigidigidi kwezezimali. Izigemegeme zokuvala ku-N3 uma udlula eMoriba zakuveza obala ukungasebenzi kophiko lwezomhloli nezinye izigemegeme zokutapa ezenzeka izinsuku zilandelana kwizitolo ezinkulu kumadolobha amaningi wesifundazwe. Umbiko wethimba labakhethekile elalidutshwe ngumongameli wezwe uMatamela Ramaphosa laziveza lezi zinselelo kwezomhloli nokuthi zakukhinyabeza kangakanani ukusebenza kwengalo yomthetho ukuvikela umphakathi nengqalasizinda ngesikhathi kusalolu dungane lwangoMtulikazi 2021. Ukuze silungise lo monakalo kumele sivuselele izakhiwo zomphakathi zokusebenzisana nabengalo yomthetho ama-accountability forums. Uhlelo lokushintsha amaphoyisa ezikhungweni asebenzela kuzo angahlali unomphela agcina esezana nezigelekeqe. Sidinga uhlelo olunesandla esiqinile ukulwisana nokuthengiswa kwezidakamizwa emphakathini ngabantu abaziwayo bengenziwa lutho. Sidinga uhlelo olunesandla esiqinile ukukhuculula izibhamu ezingekho emthethweni ezinguthela wayeka kwisifundazwe sakithi. Sidinga uhlelo olunesandla esiqinile ukuqeda ngemboni yezinkabi kwisifundazwe sakithi ngoba akekho ngabe uma ufuna inkabi zaKwaZulu-Natal kuze kusho ukuthi uyithola yaphi iy'ndawo zibalwe kube into nje enormally engathi into ejwayelekile okufana nokuhamba uyothenga isinkwa esitolo ngifuna isinkwa uthola kule ndawo leni. Eminyakeni embalwa edlule sizokhumbula kwakunebutho elikhethekile lakwaGito. Umsebenzi walo wabonakala futhi wawenza umehluko esifundazweni. Kumele sizibuze imibuzo, why such specialized units are no longer in existence for we are no longer living in normal times. Crime statistics in each quarter tell us we are not winning this war for the past 3-4 years. For how long must it be like this? That's the question I think we must answer today and as we move forward. Sidinga uhlelo olusha lokuphatha izikhungo zomphakathi. Umbiko sawuthola kwesinye iteshi, for example, Mzimkhulu wasitshela ukuthi inkinga ingomphathi wesiteshi. And inkinga engeyona imfihlo, inkinga eyaziwayo. Kodwa amaphoyisa abaphathi bawo abenzi lutho ngakho. Akuyena yedwa-ke lo mphathi wenelezi inkinga esishoyo. Namaphoyisa amaningi abasebenzi ngendlela efanelekile. Amanye ahlangene nezigilamkhuba. Uma sizohluleka kushintsha ukwenza kwamaphoyisa esikhungweni esisekuhlaleni, ngeke siyiwine lempi. Iqiniso ukuthi kufanele sivumelane ukuthi le mbiko esiyenzayo uma singazobheka ukuthi abaphathi bamaphoyisa at the local level where they are responsible for policing bawenza umehluko, siyohlala sicula leli culo. Whether uthi wena kuphuma ungqongqoshe ngalokho Mtshophi, lokho akuzosinceda ngalutho. Ngoba umuntu ophethe isiteshi umkhize esiphethe ngakithi eDasenuki, uNdonga ophethe amaphoyisa KwaZulu-Natal, ibona abantu abane-responsibility yokuthi kumele bashintshe benze uguquko ekusebenzeni kwamaphoyisa. Abaphezu kwabo uma behluleka bona ibona phakathi umnyathelo, but ekumele sikufocus kakhulu thina at the level we at yini esiyenzayo to push the local police official responsible for policing in our province to do more. But sime sikusona njengesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal, I think all of us across the political divide, we agree it's not a normal situation and it can't be allowed to continue unabated. Siyabonga Msomlo.
You, let's now receive the response.
Sabonga Somlomo. Thank you to all members who have debated and contributed positively to the report. You have highlighted to us a mandate that this government led by the ANC has to fight crime. You have highlighted all of that to us and have even come with some suggestions. Hlonishwa Msimango, I fully agree with you with all the challenges that you stated as they were stated in my report. It's just that there was not much ideas as to how to overcome them. And also, we must remember that in the point of employment, shortages of staff, another contribution, I'm not saying it's a main contribution, another contribution is that recruitment has to be stopped because of COVID-19. We know, as we know that. But a challenge is there. We agree on that. But when Honorable Kika, you know, sometimes when you and your colleagues from DA, when you criticize, because you always criticize the ANC with no solutions, most of the time you always refer us that you must go and learn in the Western Cape. But to my surprise today, you didn't say that. Why? Because you know that Western Cape is worse as well. There's nothing good in terms of fighting crime in the Western Cape. You should have said that as well today, and also and even mentioned the Western Cape.
Order.
This oversight
Mr. Sleeper
was initiated by the ANC, not the DA. Let me continue, Speaker, because he's got nothing to say, it looks like, Umhlonishwa.
May I continue? Sorry? I rise on Rule 79(1).
Yeah.
Rule 79(1) allows me to correct a misunderstanding. And I wish to correct a misunderstanding in terms of 79(2). Yes, I'll read it. An explanation during debate is allowed only when the material part of a member's speech has been misquoted or misunderstood. So I'm not worried about misquoted because he hasn't quoted anything, but he has misunderstood something, that policing is a responsibility of the National Department and not of
Somlom.
And I offered a solution when I said that it must be devolved.
Shut up, Kicker.
Now that is unparliamentary.
Just
shut up. So the Western Cape has asked for it to be devolved. So I don't know.
He's wasting our time. Shut up. Thank you, Speaker. Once again, I'm going to, maybe we'll come with another one. You see, the honorable member. The honorable member is coming here and crack jokes. We talk of Taliban. I don't know what is a Taliban in government. You see, you came and crack jokes. This is a very serious matter which touches the lives of our communities. But you come and crack a joke. You talk about Taliban. There's no Taliban in government. And you call on Mr. Taylor must go, as if Mr. Taylor is one of the station commanders.
Teresa, you must address the House, not.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. But yes, Speaker, that's what I'm saying, Speaker. That the member comes here and cracks jokes, calls on Taylor to go, as if Taylor is one of the station commanders. This is not. I fully agree with you, Mkhatini. You come up with what we need to do, at least that is acceptable. Mhlonishwa Majola, you did the same. Honorable Rashpansi, also, as we are saying, as we are doing, our plan in the committee is that we need to address some issues relating to these challenges with our nationals. And Umahlobo have put it very clearly. I agree with Umahlobo, Speaker, in terms of our lack in our intelligence. That seems to be a challenge. But we must understand, if you look at issues that July, they were supposed to be picked up before, and then prevention was supposed to be applied, which was not the case. So, Speaker, I thank you very much for all the members who debated. Once again, their comments are welcome. Those who were positive, but those who were criticizing, well, they must think again and come up with suggestions how to deal with the problem, which is a problem for all of us, Speaker. Crime is not the ANC problem. It's a problem for all of us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of the debate. Now we can refer the report to the relevant portfolio committees. Now that we are done with the items on the order paper, it's just announcements. I've got two announcements. Oh, yeah. Okay, before we can make the announcements, we have to adopt the report before we refer it to the relevant portfolio committee. So we'll go party by party. IFP?
As an IFP, we agree with the report.
Thank you. DA?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We support the report and adopt it.
EFF?
Even though we are shocked and surprised, but we support it.
Okay. NFP?
Honorable Speaker, we accept the report. Thank you.
ACDP?
Somlomo, siyayiseka kakhulu i-report kodwa ukhozo behlezi phansi Somlomo.
Minority Front?
Speaker, the Minority Front is not shocked, but we do support the report with our recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mangashu, Susan, shut up. ANC, I support this report.
Okay. The reports have been adopted. Siyabonga. Nazi imemeze. Members of the Transport Portfolio Committee are reminded to remain in the chamber and on the platform of the adjournment to elect a chairperson. 2, members of the Whips Forum are reminded to proceed to Ingcuce after adjournment. Those members who wish to connect visually must use the Whips Forum link as provided. So the 2 announcements that we had. Otherwise, we have just come to the end of the sitting of this house for today. Siyabonga.
Lamatibane.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Engels, Speaker.
Yabonga.
Velas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I request that those members who are not members of the Transport Committee to please allow the Transport Committee to have their meeting in the chamber? And can I request those members of the Transport Committee to please come closer so that we can deal with the matters? Honorable Evie Dube, the members, can I also just be advised if the members are on the Teams platform? Honorable Evie Dube, Honorable MPP Zungu. Yes. We'll check on the platform. Honorable Mavimbela. Can the staff just check for me on the platform if those members are there on the virtual platform? Honorable J.S. Numalo. Honorable Kaliza, M.A. Kaliza. Honorable Intombela. Honorable Gwala. I'm wanting to ascertain if Honorable Gwala is here. Honorable Mudli, Honorable Hussein, Honorable G.F. Mchali, and Honorable M. Pagati, who is not here. We're just going to check on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're just checking on the virtual platform for the members that are present.
I would substitute Madam Secretary, Honorable Speaker is substitute for Honorable Hussein.
Okay, we have a substitute.
Madam Secretary, I'm advised that Honorable Gwala has linked through the connectivity for the sitting.
All right. So we have Honorable Gwala, we have Honorable Hussein, Honorable Mchali, Honorable Mudli. Is Mudli?
I'm also advised that Honorable Mavimbela has connected through the virtual platform. So that
Okay, we have a
means
quorum.
we do have the quorum.
Thank you. So let me then formally open the session and welcome all the members of the Transport Committee to this meeting. Specifically, we've gone through the members that are members of the committee, and we have confirmed that we have a quorum. I'm on item number 4, adoption of agenda. I'm going to request one of the members to please support us in adopting the agenda. The only item we have on the agenda is election of chairperson. Honorable Ntombela moves for the adoption. Can I get a seconder? Honorable Nomalo, seconds. We then move to item 5 of the agenda. We've been advised that a vacancy has occurred in the position of the chairperson of the Transport Committee, and we therefore are, in terms of the rules, going to fill that position. That chairperson was nominated and elected by the committee, so it needs the committee to make a decision in terms of filling of the vacancy. The election procedure is going to be as follows. A member of the committee shall nominate a member of this committee for the position of chair. We would then call for a proposal for the support of the name that was nominated. The nominated member will then be asked if they accept, and if they accept, that will be then recorded. We'll call for further nominations. If there are no further nominations, then the member that's been initially nominated will be the chairperson of the committee. I would therefore like to call for nominations for the chair. Honorable Ntombela.
Thank you, Secretary. I nominate Honorable Vusumuzi Putrajaya Dube for the chairperson.
Thank you. Do I have a support for that proposed name? Honorable Kaliza.
Secretary, I support the name of Honorable Dube.
Thank you. Honorable E.V. Dube, do you accept the nomination?
Of 19. Yes, yes, I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proposed names, nominations for chairperson? There being none, I see none on the platform as well. With that, we declare that Honorable E.V. Dube is now the new chairperson of the Transport Portfolio Committee and wish you well in your term. Thank you. Over to you. You can take over to close the session, Honorable Dube. Sorry, Honorable Kika, before I hand over.
Yes, Madam Secretary, although there is no body that is seconded to that, can you please note the DA's abstention from the process?
I can't hear you.
Can you please note the DA's abstention from the process?
Abstention, but this was a nomination.
Yes, it was a nomination, seconding and unanimous, but it's not unanimous because the DA doesn't support the person, but doesn't support the election process. Abstain. So.
Okay, but this was an election process. It wasn't a motion. I'm just clarifying that this went through a normal election process, but we will record your abstention for whatever reason, but this is a normal election. It was not the issue that was present in the House this morning. Thank you. With that, we'll hand over to Honorable Dube. Thank you.
Thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.